The only reason why I think it had been there is because maybe Indiana code has, the responsibility ultimately rests with the county, kind of
Sure,
like the burial of soldiers and that kind of thing.
Right.
It's just there because.
Well, I think it was back, some years back, if we didn't know where it went, let's just throw it to the commissioners.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how the Maximus got in there, different things like that, that are not our expense. And again, if it's a department that's not tied to the general fund, that's a savings. So with that being said, that leaves a total budget of $2,448,645.
We wanted, the group insurance shouldn't be there, and most of the workers' comp, those numbers we have to split out.
Right, but we have to put them in the commissioner's budget because it's our responsibility,
Okay.
the same as we've done in years past, then it's up to you to divide those.
But you're okay with that? That's the normal?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I have to put it on the budget because that's what it's gonna cost the county. If I don't put it on there, you have no idea how to divide it up into the different departments.
What about the mental health? Is that, have you spent?
That is also a state requirement, and it has went up some this year. That's why there's an increase in there. The only other increase you see in postage went up this year a little bit, so we added another couple $1,000s to that. If they don't raise it again, hopefully, we should be okay there.
So the mental health appropriation per the state is 104,861.
And we're at 105.
So that we want to modify.
And on your group insurance, you see that the 5% increase, that's what's been proposed at this time. And again, will be another 2-year lock, so we'll get a guaranteed rate for 2 years. Ron will be here Monday night, 15th, to try to confirm that. Obviously, that does not get negotiated until December of the previous year, but we're trying to get ahead of it before that happens.
Would it be safe, would you agree that to go ahead and just add 5%?
It's included in there.
Well, and where I'm going with that is on the per employee cost that we need to figure in these other budgets. Go ahead and add that 5% in.
Yes.
Because I know Jim has sent out a summary from the 22, and the total there was 7473 for the benefits package.
Right.
And when we had gone into the individual budgets, I noticed some notes from this year where it had like 7473 times 2 or times 1. But the health part of that was 6357. So if we take and add 5% to that, that would be fair.
Yes.
If we did that and the other things didn't change, and they're small dollar anyway, like vision, dental, then the new total that we would need to use is 7791.
And it's probably going to be a little high, but we'd rather be on the high side than the low side.
So is that a good number though that we can use as we work through this? Okay.
And then the $1,075,790, of course, will be divided by your departments, according to however you got that set up. So again, that total commissioner budget is $2,448,645, and that's about $111,000 increase over last year.
Unemployment, this was the first year where we had a separate line item for that. Sheila, what is the actual year-to-date on that? What kind of number? I'm curious if we've been on target for that or if we've been under or.
I just carried it over because I did not get the number for it as well. But we have never done that in the past until last year, and we were just taking the shorts before. I mean, we're paying those.
We'll have to pay it no matter what.
No matter what.
But if this year is actually 20, then maybe we should set that at 30 or 25 and not commit the 40 on the budget,
And without having those numbers, I had no idea other than to put it in there.
You text Sherry, we'll get it.
Okay.
But there wasn't a whole lot of changes, like I said, other than the increase of doing business for the most part.
I missed a lot of that, trying to get.
$20,000 for insurance deductibles, that, obviously it changed, but we were paying it anyway, just wasn't on.
So
What are the other services and charges, I think?
That's loud.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
And I think it's 116,000, it's budgeted a little bit high, but if I'm not mistaken, in 2022 or 2021, they come in and did some additional training, cost us about $8,000. So I'm leaving some room for that, and I'm sure there will be. Any other questions?
On the legal, I thought we had a separate line item for what we
put it all
call
in
outside
last
legal.
year. And we do have, that's why the 200,000 is in there, there's 40 for outside litigation. We didn't separate it, as far as I'm aware of, in last
Do
year.
you need it separated? Do you want it
Doesn't
separated?
necessarily need to be, we've already
Okay.
got a contract with Jim at 160, so we know that there's an additional 40,000 for outside services. Hopefully we don't have to use them, but I know that now that we're kind of done with the gun range legal issues, transfer station issues,
That last year or two had been pretty
pretty rough.
demanding, yes.
Don't see a whole lot of that coming up, but we'll knock on wood here. Yeah, that's our next
So
issue.
is that number on the workman's comp, is that?
That is the grand total for workers' comp.
That is correct.
Okay.
So it's actually down from
I can actually.
2020?
Because that seems low.
It was actually that number that's there
Okay.
last year should have been 178,000, that's what it was, 5% increase. I don't know, if that was what was projected, but it actually ended up being 178,000.
Well, that's not bad. Okay.
Now, again, as our wages go up, as
Right.
everyone should know, workman's comp goes up to compensate for that. So as we look at 2023 and you're talking about wage increases and things like that, you could probably figure by 2024, another 5 to 8% increase over where we're at today. Could be
Yeah.
as 10.
So we had a benefits matrix from last year that we used to split out all the group health and that kind of thing. I think we need an opportunity to,
Speaking of that, we had onboard last year that was paid for by Ron Remax Company. Sherry has requested that we do not use that service. It's $600 a month, but we were paying for that, or that's what they would charge us. And she said that they ended up getting online and doing it in-house anyway, and it's a waste of $7,200. So we didn't include that in this particular budget.
But you had already, you voted to move that $600 or $650 a month was paying.
It was paid for the
something
internet
over
service,
for probation,
yes.
and then,
It was
They
split between the
should
health
pick
and
up.
probation. Now that health has moved out, and will take care of their own bills, then that's a savings as well,
so on board is what it was called?
on board. I mean, obviously, we're gonna take advantage of somebody paying it for us, but we're not gonna pay it if we don't need it.
That's about
I think that was
7,000 a year?
Yeah, 7,200. And I think that was included last year, possibly in other services, I can't remember, excuse me, the year before that, it wasn't last year, but it was free. But it's not a good service.
Any more questions? Are we ready to go on?
So do we want to go ahead and fix the health numbers then and get that, or do we want to?
I think last year you did it after the other ones came through at the end of the budget. We did.
Whatever was left?
Yes, yes. And you can go back and look at your budget from last year, you should have those broke down by department, so you ought to just take the same number and divide it equally.
Yeah.
I think you should put one.
Well, and looking at the employee or position count,
It may be less anyway.
yeah,
I know we're down to 15 employees at the highway garage, but we're down 10 people out there.
what we've usually just budgeted by the positions that are authorized, because we don't know who takes it and who doesn't. if there is some overage or some extra, that's good.
Right.
But if we just use the employee count from previous,
Do we know what our total employee count is right now versus the versus the positions?
I know the number keeps coming up 145. I don't know how accurate that is, but
yeah, so we had non-county general group, which is what would end up in edit. We've got 68 positions or employees that are not a part of that. And that, again, for group health, would be 453,900 that's not on the edit fund or not on the
it's divided up in the departments.
That's the part we would take out.
Right.
So there'd be a balance there that we need to figure, but we need to confirm the individual numbers in those departments.
Right, because it's gonna affect their budget. It's gonna be minuscule, a couple $1,000 here, a couple $1,000 there, but it will have to be adjusted.
Yeah, okay, well, we've got a start to that matrix now, and I plugged in the new number, so we can do some math as we go.
And again, I confirmed that with Ron 2 different times on the amount, and he said he could assure me that that's what it was gonna be. Now, obviously, we've got 2 or 3 months to get down the road here to make that actually happen, but he's gonna be here Monday night, so hopefully that'll confirm that.
Just keep getting good reports off of it too.
Yeah. And I think in your lit edit, you pay for the clinic. Obviously, it's not the commissioner's budget. It looks like that amount is paying off for the county. It is keeping our,
Flat,
well, it's actually reducing our expenditures through the insurance company because people are using the clinic and not running the emergency room,
Good.
hospital, so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
it took us about 3 years to figure out $110,000 investment was saving us money. It's probably saving us in the $300,000 to $400,000 range on our insurance rate. And I hope that continues, and we're trying to get more people to use the clinic. Obviously, we can't force people, but as they get things from it, hopefully more people will go.
And as they become more aware of it.
Exactly. And we try to get that company involved in the county offices to get information out to them and have different things, seminars, whatever it might be, to make sure that those people are aware of what those services are.
Which is why it's important for the employees to utilize, they're getting ready to do another healthy benefits thing and like they did last year.
Are they gonna do that again this year?
We have to
We
in
have
order
to keep these
to.
rates.
When,
We'll
let
have
me know
to
the
have
dates.
50%.
Okay.
we'll try to drum up participation.
And I think that we will, when people see that their cost of insurance and their check hasn't went up dramatically. I know the last 2 years it hasn't because we had a locked in rate. That's gonna go up a little bit because of the increase, but it'll be pretty small.
So the split between the employee and the county, that percentage is still the same, that percentage, and is it 95 or 94?
It's 95-96% from the way I've got it broke down. We're probably better than most counties in the state of Indiana as far as.
Pretty robust.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, we're underpaid, but we're given them benefits that they're not getting in other places, so.
So, and Sherry's here, and she might know the answer from memory. So what is that percentage, that county versus employee in that health benefit?
In the health benefit,
Mhm.
the percentage,
Yeah,
it's 94%, I believe, is what the county pays.
and it is just a clean 94%.
Yeah.
So whatever the total ends up being, if there is an increase,
Uh-huh.
Obviously, the county is gonna get most of that, cause we pay 94% of it.
Right.
But then the other 6%, there's gonna be just a little bit on the
Right.
employee side.
Right.
Okay, and then of the health benefit that was broken down for the current year, it's 6357 on the chart that Jim had shared.
Okay, yeah,
And that's just the county, that 94%. That's not the total,
right,
that's the
that's just
94.
county,
Just the county part.
right.
I would definitely move forward in your projections in these other budgets with that, based on that 5% increase.
Well, that number then with that confirmation, 7791 is the magic number per employee. That includes group health, clinic, dental, vision, life. Those are the things that are all in that total. And we have one line item in our budgets called group insurance, 39000. That's the one where those are all gonna be feeding into. So, okay.
That is correct.
So unemployment numbers. We only have two entries.
Right,
April and March, we paid out $3,000, which is good. So maybe on the unemployment, we might wanna trim that back so we can offset some of the other costs, and
I recommend cutting it in half at that rate.
20,000?
Yeah.
What do you think?
That's good.
And then on insurance audit, last year, we,
Got off the hook.
that's where they were gonna charge us,
Yes.
but then they
They did not charge us because of the situation, so that is a one-time blessing.
Wow.
So we don't wanna take that off the table here because we're still gonna have insurance on it.
Yeah, because if we're gonna do the raises, then for next year, we'll probably have an audit.
Oh,
Because there's a couple of changes we did for the balance
We'll
of
do some audit just
22.
Because of the small increases that's happened this year since February.
So that's our cushion. Okay. So I think that with liability, group, and then the workers' comp, those are just gonna have to come back later to figure those. Care of patients, we're gonna figure out more about that. The rest of it was all pretty flat, or, not much choice. The wage amount is correct, the commissioners were already better paid than what our target was we voted on here earlier, so there's no gap to fill yet there.
Don't overpay us, whatever you do.
Yes. So that total amount for the commissioners in that line item should be 45,061. And that's already there, and then we know FICA is based on that. And perf is also gonna be the same.
Anton,
Hmm.
they have tentatively scheduled the healthy results again for October 14th and 17th, and we have to get at least 50% participation to lock in for 2 more years.
Okay.
14th and
And we'll
17th.
send those emails out to the departments to make sure. Or Sheila's office, well, I shouldn't say we're all one, so.
So are we ready to move on to maintenance yet?
I want a grand total first before you do.
Well, the grand total is a little off because a lot of those are not scaled back, but I've got 24, 28, 24, 28, 506.
So, So where did you get that?
Hmm?
I just got,
20,000 now.
Well, 2,428,506, again, that's including things that won't be there,
Right.
but just to make sure our line items total up properly.
4506, 30447, 5047, 200,000, 1,000, 62,000, 120, 120,000, 650, 104.
Okay, where's the 120?
120,000 on
Mental health has
Other
changed,
services
104.
and charges.
Other
I got
services
that.
and charges, I've got just 120,000 there. Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I
and the
have.
650
And
was
then the
separate,
six
got it.
fifty, the next line, 104,861,
Mhm.
104, how much was the on the mental health?
104,861.
860.
6,000, 60,000, 4,000, 0, 40,000, 1,000, 8,000, 20,000, 8,000, 250, 30, I don't have anything in the group insurance.
Ah, okay. That's
So,
one-
cause you guys were going back and forth.
1,075,790. 1,075,790.
And the liability insurance is the 418.
10, 260.
That is correct.
So 418,242.
Oh, wait, let me, 3,000, oh, that's, okay, 30,000, 1,200, 182,958, that's comp.
Yep.
20,000. Unemployment, cause you cut that in half,
20,000, yeah.
and 4,000. I have 0 on care of patients and claims.
Mhm. That's your total?
So now I have 2,010,264.
I think your liability insurance is still missing, maybe.
Guess it is. Okay, what is that?
It's 418,242. And I think that's the difference.
Okay,
So you have 2,428,506.
bingo.
There you go. And then on that, Maximus, that, we're just not using that at all.
No, it goes to either the prosecutor or the auditor's
The
office.
4D stuff, right?
It's a consulting firm.
Yeah, it should come to the auditor's fund.
So they'll show that.
The prosecutor's office and the clerk's office pay for their own Title 40 out of their funds too, so this is the portion that we have to do our annual plan with.
So move to the auditor, 4,500. Okay.
Sheila and I had already talked about that as well, so I'm sure she's already put it in her budget.
A question mark on it, yes.
Obviously, our consulting firm's county attorney.
All right.
I know Donna and those budgets, I mean, we're really not gonna change like the bottom number in the county general, is just going to the right fund.
Right.
Is that the, because I know there are other grants and things they've planned out to the penny, and she's lost a couple of grant funds and or been reduced amounts, so as long as it's just the balance changing to the right fund and line item. IT or maintenance.
You say when? I think as you'll see from last year's budget, that we're pretty well spot on 95% of these line items. Which is obviously helped us get out of the hole. Because the previous budgets, things weren't budgeted properly, not even close, so makes a big difference when you get the real numbers. Are you ready for
Are
maintenance?
we ready? Okay.
Okay, maintenance. My first thing I want to say about maintenance, it shows up in the fund lines and on the budget as courthouse, and I would definitely like to get that that changed?
We can't because of the historical amounts that have been there throughout the creation of LAO. If we
Really?
change that title, then we lose everything that has been put in there historically, yes.
And the reason
So
I
that's
say
why-
that, that's fine, it is what it is, but we're maintenance in the home county, not the courthouse. So when things are spent and budgeted out of here, I have no idea where it's going to. Yeah, and that's a problem.
So as we're doing claims, we'll be more specific.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the
Description.
highway department, I don't know if it's the health department, and so Bob and I kind of oversee this thing, we'll get Steve worked into it as time goes on, he's not been here long enough to throw him into the barrel here yet,
So
but it's, you can see where I'm coming from.
and in one of the
Oh, yeah,
columns,
no, it
it'll
makes
say,
sense,
we'll
but-
just make sure we're putting which department it is in one of the columns too, so you'll know.
Well, it's like supplies, we'll run into that problem now, Maryland's brought it up a couple of times, probation is wiping her out of supplies for toilet paper, it's not budgeted for probation. Okay, so she's running out of money and supplies, and they're taking everything she's got, so somebody at the courthouse is gonna lose out. So those are the kind of issues that we need to correct here. And again, it may only be a few $1,000s, but still, we need to know if it's down at the jail or where it's at.
Well, and like you don't pay for supplies, like the paper towels and trash bags and stuff like that for like EMS and
Exactly,
911 and all of those,
but
so
we're paying for them at some of these other
the
departments.
health department and the probation
That's
again,
another one, the health
because they
department.
do have their own grant funds and things that you could reduce out of it. And again, it might only be a few $1,000s, but you know, they have grant funds.
Well, the other problem is too, is they don't come over here and pick it up, they want her to go to delivery, and she's not a delivery service, so. But anyway, all right, with that being said, the only thing that's really changed in here, and Bob's over maintenance, I'll let him jump in there anytime he wants, but supplies have went up a little bit, just the cost of doing business, we're about $3,500 there. Repair of equipment, that's basically contract services. We know that all these companies have raised because of fuel prices and insurance and so on and so forth, so there's a small increase there. The biggest increase is in our utilities. We were $70,000 short the previous budget, fixed that for 2022. We're going to see another increase in utilities this year. They're already talking about natural gas prices. Once these companies adjust their budgets to figure out how much they've spent in fuel for their trucks, their cost of doing business, those utility bills are gonna go up, not just for the courthouse, of course, but for all of us at home as well. So there's a $90,000 adjustment there, which may be a little bit high, but I'd rather be on the high side than the low side. Jim, I think we're spot on for this year, if I'm not mistaken. So the $70,000 adjustment that I made last year for this year is gonna be right on the money. So I'd like to keep this,
Yeah, so real quick, you mentioned 70,000 now, I had 320 for the current year, and then there's 430.
I'm going back to in 2021, we were at 250, we were
Got
way
it.
under budget.
Got it.
So that's where the increase of the 70,000 to the 320, and this year I'm going 90, because of the inflation rate, cost of doing business, I think we're gonna see really close to that.
So 90 would take you to 410 instead of 430 then, is that okay?
That is okay.
Okay, because you had 430.
And it's probably a type error on my part, so.
See, now we're 20,000 to the good, right?
Yes.
All right,
We're still behind the 8 ball as far as
true, but better
for
than,
money, but we're better. We were, for maintenance, we were at 134,000 over. Now, I do wanna make one comment, it's nothing against Sam or the jail, sheriff department. If you remember last year, we took the sheriff and the whole budget out of general fund and put it into his own fund with jail lit, public safety, so on and so forth. We didn't remove utilities. The general fund is still paying roughly $90,000 a year utilities for the jail. And that's the sheriff's office and all the other buildings down there. I just wanna make that a point.
that's in this number?
We're paying it, yes, so it's coming out of general fund. In reality, Chris, you back there? He was, he just left.
Yeah.
Highway, EMS, 911,
They're out of theirs,
they pay their own.
got it.
And the sheriff should pay, not the sheriff, but the jail, whatever the budget should be, I know he doesn't have it with today conversation to come up, but it shouldn't be coming out of general fund. It's a self-funded department now.
Well,
So I just wanted to make that point.
maybe that's where we talked about jail housing, and that may be a one line item thing that's easy to account for.
And you guys work the numbers, I just want you to be aware that I've ran the numbers on utilities for those buildings down there, and it's 90,000, it was 83,000 and some change mid-year. Kind of speculated what it was gonna be, so I'm saying $90,000.
Considering the fact that we're approaching, $500,000 on utilities, should there be more detail? Is there value in starting to break this stuff down?
Very much so.
Electric versus gas versus water,
I think we should.
as far as line items?
Even though it's general fund, I think we should take the courthouse, and let's say we have a $200,000 utility bill, let's divide that by 20 offices or whatever we have, and take it out of this budget and put it into these departments' budget.
And I'm not necessarily advocating that, because I don't agree with that necessarily, but what I'm thinking is at least like in the commissioner's budget, instead of lumping 4 or 5 utilities into one
We
total,
can do that too, break it down.
then at least we're now looking at, okay, water and sewer.
Here's
not
another
much of a
problem
thing,
though,
but-
by not breaking it down by office.
Yeah.
If we've got a problem,
Discovering like a leak.
we got a water problem and we're leaking for 6 months, we have no way of knowing where it's coming from. If we've got an overusage of electric power coming from one of these departments, we're getting ripped off. We can't control it. We wouldn't put up with that at home. I don't know why we would put up with it here.
So you want us to add line items and divide out the utilities like gas?
That's just my recommendation. I think it should be done by every office, whether it's probation, whether it's the highway garage, those are already broke down. Extension office. But it's just something to think about because there's opportunities for us to save money that we're not controlling.
Like a spreadsheet.
And is that, from the auditor's standpoint, that's a lot of extra transactions and steps, and is that operationally
That's a good question.
a good thing?
Yeah.
Or, what's the cost benefit?
I'm pretty sure the utilities would be broken out by the building though, correct?
Right, they should be broken out by the building.
The
So,
building,
sorry,
so-
I've only paid that maybe once
So-
ever since I've been
So
in the
when the
office.
bills come in, it says if it's sheriff or EMS or whoever, and Dee gives it to them and they do the claim from it, or she'll fill it out and say, here's the amount we're reducing your line item. So if you're wanting a comparison thing, we just would need to create a spreadsheet that would just show each month, what each of those are. It wouldn't be part of maybe the claims process, we wouldn't wanna,
But
Add
couldn't,
to
but
that.
couldn't there be, if we're using the LAO system and all the reporting and tags and subcategories, could there not be a way to,
add a line item for
You
each
could
one
look
of
at it by
them.
vendor, right?
Hang on, just
By
let me
vendor.
take a look here.
like Duke Energy
I
and
think-
Yeah, they got their own.
Community Natural Gas? I don't know, just,
Well,
it's something there, that development might be needed on
we may have
that?
already, just let me take a look.
And it would,
The outside
Yes,
building
it
would
is.
be a
It's-
problem.
AT&T Mobility, Verizon Wireless, Comcast, Trans Network.
so those are all
looking to
divided up by the
see is
utility,
by our
but they're still all in the same
Nope,
fund.
and there's a
line item.
comment, no, it's already broken out. Oh, there's a comment she puts in, Owen County Sheriff, it belongs to the sheriff. Owen County, so that's county cell phones. Owen County Sheriff, and you can look up on the screen behind you. This is Owen County EMS, EMA, probation, courthouse, armory extension, so she's already doing
It's just a
that.
matter of maybe reporting.
So, and then if you want us to pull out, cause I know we can pull out reports by comment, we can filter those out, so, and be able to print out reports exactly showing this is armory only, this is.
It's just a better way to do the business and doing some research, just like the Armory property over there in our 4-year lease agreement that we had with the county. This county lost $40,000 in that lease agreement in utilities alone.
Well, wasn't the original lease, didn't it say in there that they paid over the baseline?
They did, but it never was enforced.
Ah,
And again, I'm not picking on any office, but it was written up that the auditor was to send them a bill, and this was before Sheila, and continued on. And that's why I've redone that lease. Bob and I have come to agreement, and it now covers all of that. And we're actually gonna end up making money at the end of the year on the thing.
So we won't be bleeding as much.
We will not, and hopefully we can lease out the bottom section for another 2,500, that's the intention.
Got it. The revenue from the rent is counted as miscellaneous revenue into the general fund, is that correct? So is the new rent and the new utility arrangement, has those numbers on the revenue reports been updated?
It hadn't started yet till September, so when that new lease goes into effect.
So for 23 though, here, when we figure out miscellaneous revenue for the general fund, we wanna make a note to add or update that number, cause that helps us too, you know?
We increased that by $1,000 a month, which should put us about 300 to the good every month based on utilities. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it's better than going in.
Better than losing it.
That's right. Plus, they are responsible for the first $1,500 of maintenance.
Okay.
That wasn't there before. So when it goes back to the utilities, the only thing that we're gonna struggle with is possibly the courthouse, but all that comes to, we know how many offices here, you just divide it. I don't see a problem with sending a claim to those offices to fill out their percentage of the bill every month. You
Like
turn in a claim.
Toshiba or any
Yeah,
of
whatever, we're doing it already, yeah. So it's something to think about, I think it needs to be done. I think we can look at that as a cost savings down the road. Everything got a consequence, it costs a little bit more work for an office to fill out an extra claim, but we save $10,000 at the end of the year, it's worth it.
I do have the wage numbers, both the maintenance superintendent and the custodian are impacted by the decision we made earlier.
And I left that open,
So yes,
knowing that there would be
new
changes.
numbers, appointed pay is 44,408. And the part-time, assuming the same hours, which I'm guessing is not changed, is $15,080. That would make your FICA 4,551, and your PERF would be 4,974.
What was the FICA again?
4974.
Well, FICA was 4,551, and then PERF was the 4,974. I've got 601, 213. We match.
I kind of, and I know that you're working on that part, I kind of jumped off of some of this stuff. I didn't finish up after we got the utilities, we got on a conversation there. The last one there is the contract services like HFI, those different companies that we use for various different things. $13,000 increase, and that's probably minute compared to the cost of doing business. So just want to touch on the last thing. We did have a $2,200 increase for fuel. That truck still does not go home, it stays here every night. But the cost of fuel is still gonna have that type of increase. Is there anything else you see there, Bob, that we need to discuss?
How many gallons, or what have we used to date for 22 on that truck, or the?
That number was presented off of the 2022 numbers, and I can't honestly go back and tell you what the gallons were because I didn't have those this year, I just increased it by a percentage. One thing I do want to mention, since we're talking about fuel, we've got a problem with our fuel. Some of our departments are getting charged, and again, nothing against saying.
And I want to come to that, go ahead.
So anyway, we got somebody's got a 19-gallon tank and they're going down and getting gas and they're telling them it's taking 100 gallons. I've heard this, and I've heard Suzanne had 18.1 gallons in our county building department vehicle, and they charge them for 19 gallons. Well, there's no possible way it would take 19 gallons. It only has an 18-gallon tank. Things like that. So we need to address that issue, and I think some of the departments have caught it. I think Dan in the prosecutor's office just recently caught a fairly good sized mistake. So,
Was it just people rounding or?
I think the keypad
It's
broken
the
or
difference
something, right?
between the two meters.
There's a meter on the pump and there's a keypad meter. But I'll tell everybody, not to upset everybody, if you're not recording or logging the fuel that you're getting on your meter up there yourself, that's a huge problem. We're in touch with the fuel class system and Coal Alliance to get this resolved. There is a difference between the reading on the pump and on the fuel cloud table. Sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it may be 11 gallons off. So I tell everybody,
So it's saying
you're only being billed what you're getting gallons for on your pump. That's it. You're logging it in, we call in dispatch, or I do, the guys got to put it on the CAS system, it's what's on that pump right there. But if you're looking at the reading on the iPad, there could be a difference at times, so that is being corrected as we're talking about, so we'll get that fixed. But make sure you log your fuel off of your pump.
So a suggestion, and we did this years ago, obviously before I was here, Bob was commissioner, but we had one fuel station for everything in the county. And I think that we need to look at going back to something like that and buying a truckload of fuel, as in a semi-load for the county, which would reduce our cost. They would supply us with the information that we need to process, whether it be a card swipe. I know other counties are using a card swipe process from their sheriff's department to their maintenance people. It doesn't matter, everybody fuels the same mile. And we can buy a tanker load of fuel instead of like we're buying it now. So that's something that we're gonna look into, come back with some cost figures and see where we're at, but I think that that's an avenue.
Well,
We used to do that at the old highway department here in town.
The only reason why I brought up the fuel part anyway was the 52, you know, it's a bit of a guess because we don't know where gas prices will be. They're now back on the decline, but who knows how long that'll last. So, but, you know, using the 5,200 figure, if let's say $4.25 a gallon, I'm just using that as a general, and then I multiply that by 15 miles to the gallon,
That's
probably.
probably high.
Yeah, that's 18,352 miles a year. And even if you were to divide that equally over 280 workdays, you know, that's 65 miles per day. Does that sound right, or does that sound a little high?
You're 15 miles a gallon in that 1 ton per
Okay,
truck is
What-
probably more about 10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, previously we had the lawnmower too, in summertime, I think.
Yeah, you got lawnmowers, snow blowers,
got it. So there's more than just the
There's
truck.
issues there.
and then you also have idle time in the winter when you got snowplow on it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, sounds about right.
Are we ready to,
Yeah, our totals match, so.
what's the grand total on maintenance?
601, 213.
okay, let's go on to,
IT, small adjustment, $90 an hour to $95 an hour, which is very reasonable. Are they the best IT company in the world? No, they're not, absolutely
I'm
not.
having trouble with it, so.
Well, you gotta call me if you're having trouble, because I can't
Okay.
fix problems if I don't hear about it.
I still can't
But
get into
we
line.
also can't afford $155 an hour, what normal companies charge. And this is not a project IT program, this is a maintenance IT program. So there's a big difference. So it depends on how much money you wanna spend out of the budget. We can jump out of this and jump into something else, but I think as far as keeping our computers going, our printers going, we're getting those things done. When it comes to outside projects, those are things that we may have to farm out, look at other avenues. So as you see in computer software update, or hardware, excuse me, we have got to, and I mentioned this earlier on in the year, in 3 years, every computer that we have in this county has got to be Windows 11 capable. We have about 45% of our computers that are, 65% are not. Most of all of our laptops are good. The desktop computers are the ones that have to be changed. And those are probably in the $1,500 each range. And we're gonna start on those this year. That's why there's a $15,000 increase.
That seems a little high for a desktop. I don't know.
Well, with new technology, plus there's gonna be some included in that, some service hookups, those type of things.
Oh, that would be kind of.
Right, kind of part of the whole price.
Because there's labor connected to that.
Correct. So we're gonna, and I've already told them, to start at the auditor's office and the treasurer's office. I think that those are first and foremost. Then work to the clerks and so on and so forth. But we're not gonna get them all done in 1 year. We don't have the budget to handle it, so we're gonna try to do certain departments. But we have several desktops throughout the whole county that are gonna have to be changed. So that's for the increase. So there's about a $20,000 increase in that budget.
I've got 169.5.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you guys good with that one? Okay, the last one is QCAP. And there's a significant increase, of course, the budget is there to handle that. And the reason, changing the description and get rid of the maintenance and the contract services, to change that to one line of property management, because that's what that fund's for throughout the county. $200,000, right now, we're already, have got approval for a $50,000 new roof on the health building. And there's roughly an estimate, it's gonna be somewhere in the 105 to 150, we don't know yet, to replace that wall. So either one of those projects will not be done by the end of this year, I doubt. We've been told that the roofing is not gonna be here till what, October, if we're lucky, because of supply problems. So those two projects are gonna fall over into 2023, so that $200,000 more likely is gonna be spent pretty quick.
So the roof.
There's a new roof going on the health building, and we're just waiting, we've got to contact an architect or an engineer to give us specs to replace the wall, because it's over a wall.
Yeah, and that wall is still looking kind of expensive.
Yeah, and we're not gonna replace it with brick, but we're still looking at well over $100,000.
Huh. Wow.
140 foot long, 22 foot high.
What are you replacing with?
We're gonna put a studded wall with insulation and then put, commercial metal on the outside. Something to match the color of the brick, whatever it will be. There's like 3 layers of brick on that wall, and that outside wall was never tied to the other walls. That's why it's bowed and falling apart.
Too much repair, too much this. This guy worked on, that guy worked on it.
But I will make a comment, the building is safe. We can occupy it, there's not a problem coming in out the front door. So that's not, it's been looked at by a structural engineer.
You know, cum cap is outside of the levy limit. And I know it's not at the max, I'm not advocating we increase that, but, you know, when you think about longer term and you think about courthouse and windows, you know, those kind of things.
Oh, yeah, we got $300,000 worth of windows.
Yeah, it adds up pretty fast, and there's only so much we can do, but, you know, I know the town of Spencer had reauthorized their cum cap and adjusted that. And it was like pennies on the dollar, you know, but it certainly would be enough to add in another roof or another set of something. You know, $50,000 more could go a long way to get ahead of some projects, so.
Well, that's something that you folks are gonna have to look at, because as you know, this county's buildings they're not getting any better, they're getting worse, so. Again, we've got a dome up there that's been covered up in construction plastic for 3 years, soon to be 4, come November.
That's hard to wait for that long, pre-COVID,
Are we
Yep,
ready to
oh, yeah.
go
man.
on to building department?
So we good?
Sheila. Those requested to be with, okay,
If you guys
All
want
right.
to use any portion of his corner of the perpetuation fund,
Oh, that's been too long.
So is it safe, you know, we before we created the separate building fund, you know, we had it part of the general, and it's pretty safe to assume we're still not gonna need the general for 23.
Well, the only thing that I was, since we didn't discuss it in the meeting this morning, was the WTH. You know, we pay about $14,000 to WTH for two different claims a year. I don't know why it's broken to the two, so gotta look into that. But it is almost $15,000. That is being put totally on the building department to pay for, because the mapping department doesn't bring in that kind of money. We do get checks periodically from WTH when they provide data to companies, they charge them.
Oh,
And so we periodically will get checks for $150 or $300, just depends. And it really is the mass amount of how much that company's wanting data wise. But we don't get that very often. So that doesn't really cover the installments for the $9,600 or the $5,300 that they provide us
so of
each year.
the entire WH bill you get,
We get two separate bills a year.
all of that grand total, how much is that?
It's 14, hold on, let me. Yeah, it's 14,919.
And then of that, how much is really legitimately building department?
Well, the 9,600, which I pays for the website and the data that we're provided.
That's all good.
That's all good. That I don't have any issues with. The 5319 is for, customer service is how it really words it on the bill. It's kind of customer service and stuff like that, but they list it as public safety. So that's why we're not sure, that's why Jim was looking into
You
it.
guys had tabled at your last meeting to have Jim look into.
So we had at one point found that in the past, 911 paid for it, then it changed over to the auditor's office paid for it, and then now we're here to find out where we need to pay for it. So, it's just kind of,
Mystery.
We still
it's
don't
just kind of,
know.
yeah, it's kind of went all over the place. but-
Auditor paid for it when mapping,
Yeah,
that
so-
was under their umbrella.
So, yeah, but like I said, the mapping department doesn't make the money to cover the costs, so.
Well, we certainly don't wanna put it in this budget, so.
So that is why you see I have $20,000 for other services.
Mhm.
And that was to cover it, but honestly, if it's gonna be very tough and tight to
Yeah.
do that, because if I wanna get a part-time to full-time or anything like that, that $20,000 would really benefit pushing towards a part-time or full-time person to help be able to, have that ability to have somebody there at all times in the office, so.
Yeah, I mean, I would say,
But I don't know
we
where
should
you,
only put what theirs is in this
Right.
budget.
I mean, I put about 5,000 more in because, we don't know what the costs were. But there is other services that I do pay out of that as well, so that's why I put like another 5,000 in to buffer, but I just.
I would say just for now, put it at 10
Mhm.
and, not worry about extra at the
Okay.
moment.
So,
Just a suggestion, what do you think?
well, yeah, the only thing would be the $5,300 would be still in limbo, so
Yeah, we need to figure out where that
with that other.
Yeah, but it's not gonna go here, but
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
For this budget though,
I had estimated for it if you guys decided that I needed to pay for it, so.
so what do we wanna
So
say?
that 20,000's got that in there?
It's
or-
got that in there, but you
Down
can
to 10,
see,
I
I have estimated two different, I don't know if you see the blue
Mhm.
sheet that I provided. I estimated two different budgets.
And it's in both options.
Yeah, I put it in both options to show the difference between what what those differences would be, but leaving to 20,000 in there just in case.
Well, I say
One
lower.
wants
That down to
leave it
10?
out.
I would say,
Okay.
yeah,
To 10.
10, yeah, on both options.
And so you know, and I'm speaking because the building department's under us, that 911, we looked at the WTH, if we started changing that program and plan, we were grandfathered in at this price. If we change that any way, shape, or form, then work on a new program and a new price. So that just needs to be moved over to 911 and not messed with trying to figure out how to. I think Kathleen even said she didn't even use that program or wasn't using it.
Yeah, she doesn't have any, she doesn't have the
It's
software on
kind
her
of a crazy deal.
computers.
Huh.
So, the cost, and she didn't want to incur the cost of the new
But it's
licenses
a
to put it
911
on there.
expense.
So, we pay for 40 some licenses, but we have 60 some licenses. So we're not paying for all of our licenses, so there is,
And that's our volunteer fire departments in all over
Yeah.
the county, and the different townships and all
the
kinds of
schools
stuff.
have a license, they don't use it, they haven't updated it in a couple of years. But a lot of different groups have licenses, so there is, we need to work on, narrowing down those licenses and maybe get rid of some of the licenses where people aren't updating their computers anymore, or syncing, and getting the current data that we are providing to those. Cause I sync every day, so the data is as current as possible, so. So I did give two different estimates for a part-time that was based on the 22-hour position is the 21,000, and a full-time at 35 hours, at $33,000. The 33, if you notice, it does cost quite a bit, over my last year's budget, so, I didn't estimate before the 28 hours because, I wasn't sure how that would handle, so.
So we know that on both the A and the B budgets, the 1 and the 2 options,
Yes,
yours is gonna stay the way it is you're above wherever. Less the storage unit discussion, which is.
yes,
But for this purpose, the 4116 is still that.
yes.
But on the second option budget for regular wages, if we were going to go to a full-time building inspector, would that be the 35-hour a week?
Yes, that was a
schedule?
35-hour a week position. I had estimated, at 30 hours, which would have been 28,000. If we only went to 30 hours a week.
Okay, so the new amount, because we did change pay and
Yeah.
the rates.
Yeah.
So the projection based on 35 hours a week
Mhm.
at the new rate of pay that was approved earlier.
Those are the rates of pay. That is the
Yeah.
$18. That is,
Got
I made sure that I used the midpoint rate.
I've got 34,100 for that.
I used the.
So it's close.
Yeah,
34,101 is kind of the number that we've got, so.
And Tom, this is one of those offices that are one employee. She
Right, that's
can't
correct.
go on vacation, she can't get sick.
Yes.
And it affects her
Got a comp
comp
problem
time,
built up,
yeah.
she can't take off. So, want you to take that into consideration, obviously. Another thing that we talked about throughout the year, council, is these positions such as hers, the election division that pays comp time, we would really be better off if we moved that to part, or time and a half for those hours worked, because we're stuck with these people building comp time and can't use it up. Just the thought process, and I know we talked about that in the past.
yes, which you will see that I did put overtime in there and that is simply adding just how many meetings I have are usually estimated for the year and giving so much time at my current rate of pay.
If we go with the full-time inspector,
Mhm.
we could kind of make an argument that it'd be more manageable and not need the overtime.
Well, but see, I still have planning
Right.
and zoning meetings, which I take comp time for.
But you could have, the inspector could man the phone or I'll be in the office for a couple hours.
Those are evening things, those aren't during the day, I have evening meetings.
Right.
6:30 or 7:30 meetings, so.
Yeah, but if
He's thinking about maybe taking.
you're not in
time
for
out
the
of
first
day.
2 hours,
Right,
yeah.
yes, that would,
Yeah.
yes,
I'm just trying to think,
but I'm still gonna have to eat into all the time I have now.
oh,
I
sure.
still got 20-some hours of comp time as it is right now, so I would have to eat into that first, so.
I'm just thinking, to make sure we keep our costs reasonable, cause
Right.
yes, this is a fund that has its own revenue sources,
Right.
but if we're gonna be adding, another 30 or 40,000 to it, is our revenue gonna support that?
Well, and that's the thing is, we have some things that haven't been raised in a while, there's still 20-year-old fees, so there are some things that probably need to have an update done to them.
And you could also maybe say that with a full-time inspector, maybe the enforcement
Yes.
aspect might be
Yes,
more.
complaints, I mean, we have a lot of complaints that come in that we can't, get to. Emergency inspections that sometimes we can't get to because either we're scheduled out and he's already scheduled himself for something else in the afternoon to where he can't do that emergency. And we do have a Hogan from the town's inspector. He fills in on Rick's time off to fill in that. We do not pay him for that time. So, and they kind of just share, they kind of go back whenever the town needs Rick, he goes to the town to help just when there's time that somebody's off, and in an emergency, so it's just kind of, we do that for.
Would we have some more enforcement revenue, you think?
Why?
Additional manpower
Yeah.
in that capacity?
I mean, if we're out there picking up and getting, those permits that need to be issued to people that have started building or whatever.
What does does your department usually bring in a year? I know it's got its.
Last year, we brought in $86,000. As of yesterday, we brought $52,000 into it. And the previous year, 2020, was 66,000.
So it's increased.
So we have increased over the last few years. We actually only it was 60-something the year before that, so, and that was with the town, so, yeah, we've steadily increased.
I really think we've got a problem with enforcement. The revenue, because if the guy says, I'm not gonna do it, then nothing gets done.
That's the concern.
So, yeah, and that's the one thing we need to, maybe look at is, the enforcement of if somebody has started, what's the cost, so. Involved with somebody who's already built in, start doing stuff without permits, so,
I think you ought to be a fine system.
so.
So, we talked about regular wages on that second option, so then FICA for that option would be 5,746.
Okay.
PERF would be 8,413. But I'm a little more inclined if I was to support the full-time inspector, upgrade that to not have the overtime there. I think we need to try our hardest to work with what we have, especially with an extra staff member there that's also being paid a little more. Surely we can make that work and try to figure out. I don't know what the thoughts are for the other council members. And the other thing too, you have to think about is then if every department then decided, okay, we need overtime too, now we're talking tens of thousands of dollars more on our general fund.
Currently, I'm in the same boat as most of the others because of I can gain more comp time than the other.
Yes, and you're one person.
Right,
Yeah.
but considered partially public safety, so I get more comp, I would be able to garner more comp time. Because I am the floodplain manager and stuff like that, so that would, if there's a flood, I'd have to go out and visit the properties and stuff like that, so, certain things like that.
How much money do we have in the cash fund for your account?
For mine currently, I believe it was either $50,000 or $49,000 as of.
Here's a question I have. With the downturn of the economy, if we go full-time, how far will it be before we have to pick it up out of county general?
I mean, that would,
I mean, I know.
yeah, it's,
But it is
it would be a
possible.
guesstimation because of the fact that it's, we haven't yet seen a downturn yet.
Yeah.
Because we still have quite a few subdivisions that are building. We've got one subdivision that's gonna have 26 houses go in the next 2 years, so.
Could you work with a part-time person as a full-time person?
It just depends on the hours, I guess, and,
Ask the next
I
commissioner.
mean, they'd have
A
to,
full-time person, we're gonna have
Yeah.
a benefit package, and there's numerous things we're gonna pick up. And when I'm thinking, I hate to see us put a full-time person on, economy drift off, and we lay the person off. But I understand, the comp time you're getting and the situation in the office. By adding this hours to your inspector, is that gonna be a benefit
well,
for you?
any new hire would, I would hope for that the new hire would be in the office at least a couple hours a day. If there's nothing else happening, if there's only 2 inspections that day, they're in the office for however many hours is possible,
Or they're gonna
with a
go
28-hour position.
28 hours?
That was what, in the morning meeting.
Which could help you alleviate, might be that you'd have to come in.
Yeah.
Okay. That's.
But getting somebody, I mean, that's I think the problem with a lot of our departments is getting qualified people that have the training, have the knowledge base prior to.
That's the only thing I could see is somebody that's qualified enough to do it, unless you're retired, and if you're retired, you don't wanna be obligated to that much. It'd be a tough situation.
You're talking about somebody with those skills, to know electric, to know plumbing, to know these things that they're inspecting. We would be, I think we're very blessed to get somebody for, what'd you say, 18 hours an hour?
That is the midpoint, yes, 1843.
I mean, but you're talking about some person with some expertise,
Yeah,
and then who wants to work part-time at that? I don't know, I'm just talking.
Well, if they're in their trade, they're probably making over $20 an hour in the trade anyway, so, I mean, if you're wanting to retire, you're probably, so. But that is the options that were provided, so, I mean,
Health insurance on the first option would be the 74 or 7791 that we talked about earlier.
yeah, which I had used just the last year.
Right, and then if you're looking at the option 2, it'd be 15,582 for that line item.
Yeah.
So. Group insurance. And I have both columns on my spreadsheet. I like that, by the way. That was pretty cool. So 15,582 was for the full-time version.
So,
791 for
the vehicle, I raised it from 3,000 to 5, because we've had some, with gas prices the way they are. And we've had to put it in the shop a couple more times this year. It is getting older. It's a 2015 with over 150,000 miles, I think, on it. So it's starting to get older. So I built in another $2,000 based on maybe repairs that might be coming. Did just put tires on it, this last year, so.
So do we decide, what did we think about the overtime?
I'm not particularly warm on the overtime part,
Especially if there's like a.
Either way.
either way. And then the surveyor, are you still looking to maintain the arrangement?
Well,
Does that work?
come January 1st, we have a different surveyor.
Well, that's true, I guess so. But for now, at least what we know and what we have available, that's kind of the plan.
That's what we're proposing.
Got it.
Which would offset.
I will warn you that probably next year, the income to the perpetual corner fund will not be as high as it is this year.
Well, if we do the math either way, because it only affects the position you're in,
Yes.
both options, that miscellaneous revenue offset would be $9,750. And that's important because we need to figure that on our miscellaneous revenue for this, to make the dollars work, so, okay.
I did raise the printing, and most of that was just for the printer, cost of the printer that I have. I do have 2 printers, but we don't pay, I only pay when I need parts for it, so, or supplies, so I only pay at that time. So that's really not something I can estimate because it's I just had to buy it, I think 4 years old, and it hadn't had a new head on the printer, so I had to buy that recently, so.
Is it part of the Toshiba? Could it be part of the Toshiba?
No, it's paid for through, it was paid for through a different fund, and it's a maintenance by a different company. Cause I even asked them, and they don't maintain those kind of printers, so. So it's just, as we go along, we maintain it. So.
I need to look into that, I wouldn't pay it, I was messing with my phone, so
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're looking
So
at.
this is the printer that's out by the postage machine, the big one.
Okay,
that's-
bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, the big
Yeah,
one that's,
that one I know nothing about.
yeah, that one was bought a few, 4 or 5 years
The big
ago.
one.
5 years ago, we
Oh,
paid for that out of
big,
perpetual.
What did we decide on the,
Yeah,
what to do away with the
That one is, you know,
overtime? Are we?
out of sight, out of mind,
Have you seen a service
so.
rep for that?
I do talk to
Overtime.
service rep every so
I'm not
often.
too warm on using
Yeah, he
it,
comes.
Well,
and
if
visits.
if they have a full-time position.
especially if that's it.
Yeah.
So the revenue, what's your revenue projection from fees
Fees,
in '23?
23, I'm looking at least a minimum of 80,000.
So about 80? You're gonna
And I
get,
mean, you know, we have several different, you know, proposed subdivisions and stuff like that.
it's there'll
So
be
It's
business,
those things that, if they go through with it, yes, if they don't, you know, we just, you know, it's based on what those people are gonna do, and like I said, there's several subdivisions already in the process, so it's, 26 houses just in one of them, you know, and then if the other one starts, that's 300 homes. So you're looking at a lot of permits.
and then the fee schedule, as far as talking about that and the
Yeah.
likelihood of that changing and the timeline, what?
Yeah,
It's probably gonna be the first of the year, we're gonna look at it come December for changes come the new year, somewhere in that ballpark, we got there'll be some increases. Cook had insinuated that they wanted to buy all their permits at one time, and that's a $30,000 lake. So,
We give that
so
up.
yeah, and they're actually coming back to us and and doing an amendment to their subdivision, so that's, $250 plus $25 per lot for almost 100 lots, so that's a pretty decent size amount of money that will be influxed in.
So the 80,000 is the amount you submitted
I'm just,
for miscellaneous revenue on your report? That's the amount you're working with?
well, no,
We're over that right now.
we're over that right now, yes.
So have you
Yes, that's-
updated that estimation for 23?
I'm
That's-
estimating right now based on, like you said, we none know what's gonna happen. So, I'm looking that, yes, we're gonna have an influx of people still building. Because once the market goes down, people are still gonna start building, they're still gonna build the things that they. So yes, 80 to 100,000, I would really expect that.
So let's say 90, and you're gonna get almost 10 through the miscellaneous revenue of the surveyor, now you're at 100.
Yeah.
The second option budget, which includes the full-time inspector, that takes you to 123.
Yeah.
So we know there's a little gap there,
Yes.
but we do have a cash balance of 48.
Mhm.
So for 23, it's certainly doable. 24 probably, but
Yeah.
not knowing where things are at, there'd have to
Yeah.
be some kind of reconfiguration, but it wouldn't be in 23 if that's, I'm just, for the benefit of the members of
Yeah.
of sustainability. That's kind of how that fits together.
And if you remember, 2019, this department was 23,000 in the red.
Right.
True,
Mm-hmm.
We've come a long way.
right, yeah. It was one of those bleeding situations that we had.
And I tried to be very frugal with everything that it's purchased.
You do a good
You've managed it. I know when we've talked on line items,
Yeah.
she's got it down, so that's good, but,
I'm trying to keep all expenditures down so that,
So, where are we at?
well, at the moment, if you go with the non-full-time option, it's 97,813.
What's your FICA?
The FICA on that was 4,778, and the perf was 4,594. Part-time was 21,435, which is
now
pretty,
that was a 22-hour position, not a 28-hour.
right, it's
So,
1144.
so if,
That's what I figured it on in that
Yeah.
column,
yeah,
so 21,435. And then, rest of it, we already, health was 7791. So I have 97,813.
$41,016, so it'd be the same. Nothing in regular wages. $47.78.
Yeah.
And $45.94. Did you zero out overtime?
Yep.
That's probably it. $97,814.
And then for the full-time option, do you have the numbers for that?
I think so, but
I
give me.
have 123,059. Well, and it could be $1 at the rounding.
Oh, did
So
you do
that's fine.
34,100?
101, 34,101.
Okay.
So there's your two choices with this discussion, and it's just a
What
matter
was
of,
full-time,
the total is 123,059.
And that's taking out the overtime.
Yes.
Is that deleting overtime on both
Yeah.
options?
And just a reminder, you've got these on the screen right behind you too, so if you wanna.
And so it's,
Sorry, IT couldn't do both that and get it on your monitors. He threw a fit.
Okay.
We want to address this later or today?
It's up to you guys.
Is this something we're gonna work on, wish list, or do we take it as they come?
Well, I'm inclined to try the full-time option because I want enforcement to be a focus because that affects revenue. And I think that if you were to address something with that, then that 90,000 figure might become 100.
Yeah.
Then this becomes a lot more sustainable. But I mean, it's really not, if you think about it, it's not sustainable with the current numbers the way they are, but it's close.
If you have a
Plus, I
full-time
think-
member or full-time employee, do you believe that based on enforcement, that you'll have more revenue?
I think we can, yes.
And also it will help on her comp time.
Right, then
I'm not
there's,
sure whether we have fines and stuff in place for non-enforcement.
well, we need them.
Why not? I mean,
And
that's,
Do you
we're
think
working
you can
on a
work on
master
policy?
plan.
that ties in, yeah, that ties in with the fee adjustments and,
We've talked about it already.
That's what I like about the full-time part.
yeah.
He can help enforce.
And it'll have to be, because there's no way you can enforce it,
But right
it's
now,
just you.
right now, there's no fine structure in place. We can, all the trouble we're having with this master plan, all plan you want, if you don't enforce it, why
Exactly.
waste the time and effort?
Yeah.
All
Yep,
right,
exactly.
That's the part
so do
that I
we
want.
wanna, we wanna do a quick informal vote on this, or are we all in agreement?
Oh, I think we'll have a vote.
Okay.
I mean, we got two options, so
So, who all is in favor of the full-time position? All opposed?
I've,
It was
And it's a consensus, I mean,
four
the
and
majority kind of goes that way.
Sheila didn't see Andy, did you vote?
I do.
Yes, he did.
I think that's one of the areas that will pay for itself as close to anything we got.
So we're going on to the surveyor then?
Thank you.
I still have one.
Oh, yeah, you had the storage unit, sorry.
Storage units.
Storage units. So storage units has never had a budget since we just took it over. I didn't get I have not gotten any extra pay for that, so I did add pay into this to add up. This is, the 10,000 is based on what we've already estimated the percentage of being taken out of there, to be used anyways, so what I had done is put $4,000 into appointed pay, for the management of them. Put in FICA to be included. Supplies, $2,500 for supplies, because we do mail out bills every month. So that's a lot of, envelopes and, paper that we use, so, and a lot of wear and tear. Other services and charges, basically is the return of the deposits and any repairs that might be needed on the units whenever someone, leaves the unit. Deposits or whatever, if there still is a deposit, sometimes there's not a deposit still left. But, that could be $65 or it could be $40, that we need to return to the people after they've left the unit. And we have paid out, I think I paid $75 out this year, or something close to that. I paid over $100 out of the fund last year when people left at the very end of the year. So,
What is that, bringing us in a month now?
currently, I'm almost at $60,000, for the entire, for when we started, because we had depleted that fund to pay off the units. So right now, we're standing at almost $60,000. At the end of this month, it will probably be $60,000 in the fund.
Do you know the fund number offhand?
4015.
4015.
Yeah.
And that was from when?
We started in August of last year,
Okay.
taking the money for that. So, we took in about $19,000 last year, and the remainder of that has come in this year. We have cleared out some units and almost ready to re-rent them, so there's,
How many units is available now?
currently we have about three units.
3, and
Yeah.
how many is taken? How many we got available to rent if we let it all empty?
I think there's, I can't remember, it's in the 80s or 90s, cause the sheriff's department took over one of the buildings and then left the other 4 buildings, so. But currently we have about 15 overlocked units, which is about $18,000 that we're indebted, people are indebted to us, so.
Suzanne, you have $4,000 there for manage fees, appointed pay.
Yeah.
With the full-time employee that they gave you,
No, that was just to cover that I had not received any additional pay to take over the units, that's all that was, is
You
that
were just
for
doing
us.
this on your,
for this, I'm unclear, who gets this pay?
Me,
she would.
You get the 4,000.
yes, that would increase because I didn't get anything extra, I took those units over with no extra pay.
But you worked on them during the hours that you was in your office?
Yes, and I've sometimes had to come in after hours when it's quiet to be able to print all the bills out.
So with a full-time employee, would you still take it, is this what you're asking?
They would possibly have to help with, locking the units periodically but I go down there almost every day or once a week and check to make sure all the units are locked, everything is cleaned up.
But what I'm asking is, with a full-time employee, and we've added hours to the inspector,
The inspector would be mostly just
Right.
just the building department.
but does this pay need, can we justify this $4,000?
Well,
You can certainly pay for it.
Nick, can I jump, she's doing 3 jobs in one office.
Yeah, and getting
Okay,
paid one,
She has to go
one,
down and show the buildings,
yeah.
those type of
Yeah.
things.
I mean, my position, I do the building department, I do the mapping department, I do the storage units. I'm also in charge of floodplain management, so anything that happens with the floodplain management throughout the county, I have to take care of certain things with that. There's a lot to it, more than just,
yeah.
Okay, but adding a full-time employee to your
That, the
office,
full-time employee was just a full-time inspector, right?
yes, they're just to deal with the inspection and building department part of, I would still deal totally with storage units.
Let me remind you that you were paying $30,000 for someone to do this.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm asking for 4,000.
Right.
When it was previously, they got 20% of everything that came in.
Mhm.
So you were making maybe $60,000 and they were taking 20% of that.
So even at
And I'm not even
4,000,
asking
which
for
is
20%.
mendable.
It's $2.20 more an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the job description that was last done for the position she's in, there is nothing in it that says storage units, management. It was done right just
Yeah.
about the time that this was reorganized,
And I'm
so it
happy to
wasn't
do it.
in there.
I'm very happy to do it.
And like
I
I said,
meet a lot of new
earlier,
people,
she's
so-
done an incredible job
Right.
with these 3 departments.
legally,
Made money for both of them, for all of them. so.
legally, can we pay double pay?
Well, it's not really double pay, I mean, you're looking at the whole thing, but you're splitting where you're paying for it from. Her aggregate rate would be a set total, but, a certain percentage of that would come from storage units fund, the balance would come from the building department fund. Just like we do with we did for the auditor, and, there's certain splits that are in the system, that's normal.
Okay.
But,
Where does the funds go to that this builds? This generates, this?
it goes into that fund, storage
It has
unit.
a whole separate fund of its own, it has always had a fund of its own since they purchased the property.
What's the balance of,
60,000.
It will be 60,000 at the end of this month.
at the end of this month?
Yes,
Okay, so
because right now we're at 59,000 between what's actually in the fund and what I have in the bank.
So it's
Because
bringing in
each-
roughly
each
60,000 a year.
I have to do a reconciliation and pay the treasurer's office the money that I have in the checking account. And that will, right now, it's $59,000, because I keep,
So you're saying that a lot of the work you do, especially in regards to the storage unit, is outside of your office hours?
sometimes it is, yes, depending on the billing. Because the billing alone takes quite a few hours. Because I have to stuff the envelopes, I have to print the bills, I have to print the envelopes, yeah.
So you don't believe this, full-time inspector isn't gonna pick up some of this burden?
No, I wouldn't,
This
I
is
wouldn't
just
ask them to do that, the
compensating her
storage
for
units
what
would be
she's already
mine,
doing.
would just be my thing, so.
Okay, that's why I had trouble with the full-time inspector, if that person's not gonna pick up any of your.
No, the only thing they would pick up, because they're not gonna do any of the mapping, they're not gonna be a mapper, they're going to just solely be building department, so they would need to be able to sell a building permit and stuff like that. But they wouldn't be able to change the map, which is not something that, and they wouldn't do anything with the storage units.
So question, and I'm not trying to be, so we're giving a part-time job, making it a full-time job,
Mhm.
and not relieving a lot of your responsibility, and so is our.
But it would, but
I mean,
my position is already paid at the one, and this is just adding in for the payment for that position that I'm not being paid for now. We're taking out of the the fund for the storage units, paying me to manage the storage units. For a whole year, so $4,000 over an entire year is not, I don't think, a lot of money to have to pay $4,000 over 12 months.
What kind of premium percentage were we paying to outsource it?
Yeah, we were paying $20,000 a year to Vortex to manage the units.
Right.
And we have units that were delinquent since 2017. And they were the managers of that, and those people owe us like $3,000. And we're just now I'm trying now to try to get that money from them,
See,
or
I'll
get
tell you,
rid of those units.
I'm not opposed, to this in any way. The precedent that does concern me a little bit is we've got a lot of different employees with a lot of additional duty assignments. And so we certainly don't wanna get into the business that, oh, you got this extra thing that you do over here, is it a,
This almost, go ahead.
I guess that would be the only concern I've got. Again, I'm not opposed to it, but, there's a lot of people have different functionalities, within their job. And does your current, job description, is this in it?
No, and that's one of the things that needs to be wrote in.
We have a list, this is one of a handful where things were changed after the work was done. And that's no one's fault, it's just time, that's what happens over time. My only concern is that, we are kind of shooting in the dark a little bit when we're trying to determine what the wage should be, for that. But if you think about it, just on face value, the $2 an hour is probably not even where the normal midpoint would be for this.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want it much higher than that, but I think that that's probably a good start and fair. not knowing anything else as far as where the job description will end up and what classification it actually would be. But
I
you
have,
see where I'm going, that's still kind of
Yeah.
unknown.
and I understand, yeah, I have a relative that manages storage units in northern Indiana,
Okay,
and they make almost as much as I do. And
Just do it.
that's all they do, is just
Yeah.
manage storage units,
Suzanne,
so.
will this create more comp time?
Nope.
So, we didn't give you overtime.
The only thing that adds comp time to me is the evening meetings.
So,
Is what?
Evening meetings, the planning commission
And so
meetings, the
hopefully with
BZA
a
meetings.
full-time building inspector, you're gonna be able to
I would
balance
be
that
able
out.
to balance out,
There won't be a
yes.
day you come back and have all these hours.
Nope.
I don't think comp was ever a big issue, it was the vacation.
The vacation and sick has been my bigger
Accumulating
issue,
that,
because that was rolled from another office.
Comp,
Madam President, I have a
So-
point of order. We've had a highway superintendent waiting since like 11 o'clock, and we're like
Yeah.
over 2 hours
We need to
behind.
move along.
Can I please add at least one thing? I do see their problem being with the State Board of Accounts audit. How do you figure the percentage of what she's earning in that versus her other? She's getting, she's gonna have to do 2 times sheets divided by that $4,000.
I don't think so. Mm-mm. As long as you have an updated job description,
That doesn't do
the job description's the job description, and if she's doing that and she's hiring, now where you pay for, how you pay for that is,
It would
that's
be
where
on
the
the
difference
The
is.
cover sheet that I do.
Yeah,
I would take so many hours
so,
from one and put that as my, fund line, and then the next fund line, how many hours to pay out of the other.
I think the big thing though is we need a new job description.
Yes.
Can you draft that,
We can
or
get something.
work on a draft?
We can get
Take the
something.
existing director GIS manager one that was last done November 2020.
Yep.
It's same classification, but you need language in there that touches on this. But how we fund it, that's our decision. I mean, if it's split between storage units and building, well, that's what the decision we make. State Board of Accounts shouldn't have a problem with that.
Is this something that could be appropriated though, like after the first of the year, then she just appropriates $4,000 into her building department fund to go to payroll if she comes before you to do something like that? So then, I'm thinking as a payroll, clean payment process, if she comes and does that appropriation at the first of the year, then that $4,000 is already added to
Well,
her
and I think
pay,
that's
and then
how
you
it's
don't have
done
to
with
worry
the
about it.
surveyor part anyway, so yeah, whatever works.
The bigger part
So, I mean,
was to
for
pay the
cleaning-
other supplies out of that fund,
Yeah.
because there is an overhead on supplies, so.
I mean, it still needs a fund, a budget and a line
So
item.
could we just agree that, this looks good, we just need to figure out where the 4,000, how to deal with the 4,000?
That's up to you,
Yeah.
up to you on that one.
So then, can we move on to the surveyor now?
10,250.
So I'm gonna, I'm gonna keep it the way it was then on the storage units and building, we decided to go with option 2.
Right.
So that's gonna be deleted, or one's gonna be deleted,
One,
okay. Alrighty,
I'm real easy.
thank you.
We need easy.
10,000.
I, in the past, have asked for mileage, and I tried not to use it, didn't use it, you took it away from me, but there's gonna be a new sheriff in town on January 1st, and she's not out and about all over the county like I am, of course, it will be. I asked her to come with me, and she said, take care of it, so I'd like to see you put maybe put a $500 mileage
Okay.
for, the surveyor. Whenever the section corner is set, we've got a reward system. You still have to go out and verify it's been done. And I've just told my contractors, when I get out that way, I'll check on it while I'm doing my personal business, so I don't turn in a bill. I try to save you money and I get slapped down for doing it, but that's neither here nor there.
Do we wanna add 500 in there for the mileage, or what do we wanna do?
Doesn't matter to me, the wage part is gonna be the tricky part. So is the new surveyor, do we know if that individual is a registered? She is not, okay. So we don't need to worry about it, because the law requires more money if that's the case, so we don't have to worry about
To
that.
my knowledge, she's not.
Okay,
Her husband is, but
the wage study has the minimum at 82.69. And that's
on
that's where it kinda is, but the midpoint is of course higher. The recommended, the amount that would need to be entered for this would be 14,498. Cause that is halfway to the midpoint per the recommendation.
Are we doing that with all the elected officials?
And are we gonna be consistent with all the other elected officials?
Yeah, well, we voted on going to that, I call it the 12% point, or a quarter's worth to the midpoint. That includes elected officials. But not all the elected officials are that low, they're already at that point. So, but this one is under, and that's the difference that's needed to bring it up to where it needs to be, so. That was in the dollar projection, so that's not a surprise money-wise, but I just wanna make sure we're on the same page, cause this one does have a gap. And that's what the gap is based on what we decided to do, so. What I don't know is if that figure assumes or takes into account that that's on a registered land surveyor. So if you assume that it does, then you could back out. You see where I'm going with that? And then it would be, it would still be a little bit of a raise, but not much. But that's one of those notes I had in red. I don't have an answer to that. But if this council wants to make an assumption and apply that, this would be one of those decisions you need to make is.
Tell you what I'd suggest, I'd like to keep it the same right now at this point, and then if she's got some extra and stuff, we can, if she's got some extra knowledge on something, why, we can do that, but.
Yeah, I wouldn't, I would rather us back off
I would
I would rather assume the back off and bring it back
Let's
down.
just keep it like it
But
is.
otherwise, I'd stick with what we chose, because we can't start excluding people and doing something different again, so. Let me figure the math real quick on that. 14. Let me put that, let's figure it and come back to that, if that's okay with you.
Okay,
I'll put it on the note.
So are we adding the mileage in or not?
I'm
I mean,
okay with
why-
the
why-
mileage. I don't object to that.
So what are we doing here?
Well, apparently there is no line item for mileage, so you're asking for a line item.
Well, there used to be, and you guys took it away from me because I didn't use it, but I wanted it there so in case I had to use it. But again, this whole system is backwards because we penalize people for saving money and reward people for overspending their budget. That's the whole problem with government.
well, I appreciate you saving money.
Well, you know, we got us out of that Houseville ditch mess that we've spent
Mhm.
lots of dollars
Right.
on.
Hmm,
And Susan was part of the reason we found that we should have never spent any money on that project.
Right.
we'll come back to that, dollar amount, so I've got it on to do it.
Are you adding mileage or not?
I'm okay with adding the mileage.
Yeah,
$500?
The surveyor has to attend training usually, so there's gonna be some kind of mileage or travel.
If it's not used, it's not used, but
And so we don't, I mean,
I will tell you that in the 6 years, the workload of that office has probably tripled to what it was 6 years ago. I told David and his wife both, I said, it's not the same office you had 6 years ago, because there's always somebody arguing over a piece of land, line and stuff, and used to, you get maybe one of those calls a week, now you probably get 3 a day, someone arguing.
It's the way of the world.
Trying to be the peacemaker.
we need to. So are we changing the official pay then, or are we
We'll
waiting?
come back to that.
Okay,
Are you done with any of that?
yes.
Thanks, Bill.
Just leave it at that. Didn't have any budget for that.
he didn't turn the budget at all. He didn't give us any. Are we doing anything with the corner perpetuation fund? Is that the?
He never turned in a budget.
Sam, is Greg out there?
Was there a budget before?
Yeah,
Oh, there was?
he doesn't turn one in every year.
I didn't know there was a budget for that. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks for waiting, Greg.
sorry Greg, it's taken so long. Okay, going back to. We're ready.
Good afternoon, council. I don't know where exactly you want to start, so I'll start with my 1176 budget. First line on grant and match, I would ask the council to consider taking a grant match for community crossing, the amount of $300,000 back out of lit edit as requested for 2022. As my budget cannot stand to do that.
And that grand total was 333.
333,000.
Okay.
It was actually all threes.
It was just 33333 because of the weird percentage. Got it.
It was.
Well, we already approved that for 22. So that would be the clean amount in the edit fund for 23.
On the community crossings grant map, but, I mean, it will be more than this year, won't it? I mean, hopefully.
Well, the max would be that 333 number.
Okay.
It's never gonna be higher than
To
that
get $1 million.
if you get the full award.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
In regard to, my pay, I've requested, no increase. Council members, I sent out, ahead of time, a request, in regard to raises for my employees and, how that could be done. Jim has also vetted this, and we did this by dropping some, or dropping a position. I would ask that I dissolve 3 foreman positions. I would also ask, and it's included here, dissolve 2 team leader positions. Bring all my operators to midpoint. Promote 3 truck drivers to operators at midpoint. Vacate a truck driver's position. Transfer 1 truck driver to secretary low. And add a laborer at low point, then all laborers will be at low point in the 2023 budget, and the hole patcher will remain the same because the whole patcher is already at midpoint. That total was $926,251.87.
So we already voted earlier, you maybe don't know, but we voted to bring everybody up to the low point and then do another percentage more towards that midpoint.
Okay.
So at a minimum, we wanna make sure those are all in here.
Okay.
But, I don't know how you wanna coordinate that, because you have some other changes to help offset cost and, there's probably some things you're gonna do no matter what, I'm guessing, as far as the foreman, for instance, and stuff. But then there's other things that maybe depend on where the dollars fall, cause you might not wanna give up a position if you don't need to, and so on. So, I don't know how you wanna
Well, then,
proceed with coordinating that, but.
then the one thing that probably needs to be done, and I'm sorry I missed, we had some situations that I had to attend to and
Sure.
couldn't be here today because we were trying to, lay chip seal and we're having some issues. At the very least, council, my truck drivers all need to be brought up to operator's wage. I cannot keep a truck driver at the wage that we pay. I will probably have problems keeping what we pay operators, but they seem to be more satisfied if they're brought to that position. And to be quite frank, they go through the process of getting the CDL. So, in my opinion, they hold the same standards that most of my operators do, and I have some truck drivers that are operators that can operate any piece of machinery that I have, so those positions need to be brought up, at the very least, if we do nothing else, need to be brought up to operator.
How many positions is that, Greg?
There's 4 active.
3,
If we vacate the one.
if we vacate the 1,
3 positions?
yes.
So, in order for us to get started, make sure we get some numbers together, which we might need to follow up tomorrow on.
Sure.
Basically eliminate the truck driver type definition of a position and make those operators.
That is correct.
And you're set on doing 3, or do you want to just convert what we have for now and then readdress that? 3, okay. And then are you okay eliminating foreman and team leader overall regardless? Or do you still have people that fulfill those type of duties for you?
Well, the first plan that I presented, the only way to make that work with the wage study was to eliminate them all, but if we're going, to revert back, I would like to keep 1 foreman and eliminate the rest.
So just have a foreman for you and not worry about, okay,
Yes, just 1.
so minimum. You'd still have your laborers,
Yes,
you'd still have 1 hole patcher,
Yes.
mechanic, that kind of thing.
that's correct.
So what I suggest is this, I suggest we get the number of positions reorganized based on what he's talking about here. Then plug in the numbers we want to do at a minimum. And then reevaluate, see where that's at, what kind of costs we're looking at and how that fits together. And then we can have some final numbers to plug in.
That
And
works.
Don, if we put in our mind that we're gonna bring these 3 up to operators, then when we do grant any kind of increase, they will get an equal increase.
Yeah, right now, just looking at operators kind of on their own, they were the better paid of the group.
They were.
And they had less of a gap anyway. And so operators, with the current vote, none of them were impacted because they're already getting paid more than what the point we drew that line at. The truck drivers, though, had a gap, and so did the laborers and the foreman. So there's gonna be some adjustments there anyway, because they're gonna change, the truck drivers aren't even gonna exist, the operators, the rate of pay they're gonna get anyway.
Well, the truck drivers could get even a little more raise.
It would only be by nature of changing to an operator.
Okay.
Because operators are already, they're still above our target,
Okay.
above the point we decided on this morning. Laborers would get an increase, mechanic would get an increase, your assistant superintendent would be in there, and then one foreman would have an increase. So that's kind of just a generic overview of what would be going on there in his department.
Council members, I would suggest that, in regard to the mechanic, I know they have the title head mechanic, but if you take your wage study and what the mechanic, makes, it's gonna raise the budget enough that I think that person should stay as an operator. I know that I label it a mechanic.
I agree with you.
When you get to that point, I mean, it changes it enough. I cannot call that person a mechanic. It just doesn't work with how the wage study turns things out.
Are you saying, Greg, then your mechanic would get a raise if we put him in operator?
Well, he's paid as an operator now, we call him the head mechanic, but he's paid as an operator now.
And his wages be a lot higher if it was.
Yeah, it would be the biggest of the group, because of the mechanic rate, obviously. So that would be the largest increase, but if that position, yes, they would have some mechanic work and focus, if that's really more an operator anyway. I'm stand corrected, that would not be the biggest one. The biggest one's the assistant superintendent. But then you're looking at, the one foreman would be decent. And then next in line are the laborers, and then the truck drivers are not gonna be an issue because they're gonna be operators, so. Why don't we do the math, let him reevaluate and look that over, and then there may need to be some tweaks. And that might be one of them, so. Yeah. Is that okay?
Yes.
I will say that his pay was not affected by earlier votes, so it should be 52,702.
That's the mechanic.
No, this
No,
is
this
the
is-
superintendent,
Oh, okay.
appointed pay. And then the only other part that would be, get a little direction from you on is what you're gonna do with part-time and seasonal.
I would like to cut the part-time seasonal, as you saw. I would like to see their wage be a little more fair and competitive up to,
Those also are included in our,
okay.
what we're gonna,
If that would happen, then we could actually probably hire somebody part-time. But I actually narrowed and dropped some hours to when school is out of session, because that seems to be when I can hire people.
yeah.
So, where we were trying to cut was there, and use the time when folks are out of school to hire those part-time people.
So the direction I kinda would need is what kind of hours
Okay.
you wanna put into those categories. Right now, we have had 2,576 hours for part-time hole patching type work, those kind of seasonal workers. And then we had 1,080 for truck drivers, part-time truck drivers.
I would match the 1,080 for truck drivers and the 1,080 for part-time hole patchers.
Oh, okay, so just do, what kind of schedule would that come out to be? Is that? I think the 1,080
What
was,
we did with seasonal part-time, we discovered that because they were seasonal part-time, that they didn't have to be cut to the 32 hours. They could work the same schedule as we did, so they worked 40 hours.
yes, okay. We had we kind of 3 people, 9 weeks, 40 hours.
Yes.
That's what we figured. Okay, that's the 1,080. Under 2576, we had 4 people, 23 hours, 28 hours a week. But you're saying just match the truck drivers?
The truck,
Okay.
the truck drivers.
I will change that.
What about this uniforms? How's come it's so much higher?
Well, uniforms were always taken out of 2 places. They were taken out of other services, and then there was a uniform line. And in order to make it clear so everybody understood what we were doing and what was high, we just put it in uniform.
In the uniform period?
Now, uniforms are under contract, but it would be my suggestion at this point in time, when the contract is up, buy t-shirts, provide them vests, and cut costs that way.
Yeah, $19,000 a year.
When do you plan
Well,
to?
that just isn't, when we say uniforms, that is a uniform service, that just isn't uniforms, that is all of our supplies. They supply our first aid kits, they supply our bathroom, toilet paper, soap, they supply the rugs for the office, the shop racks, all of that.
Because they clean it,
Yes,
bring back new,
they do.
rotate it. Okay.
Is that all you?
How
Well,
about the salt situation? Is it available now pretty good, or?
It is, in fact, we're going to get salt, this year through CLR, and, that was ordered today.
So are we gonna come back on that for the,
well, the wages will certainly come back to, and that's the bulk of it. The other unique thing about MVH is, the state's gonna have their newest projections, and you know how that goes. Unfortunately, it's never enough. But, we're gonna be pretty limited to what they tell us and trying to plug numbers in. And so I think it's gonna be generally a little bit in the air until we hammer that down.
Council, exactly what I did, and I know we faced with, what we were faced with last year from DGLF, is you asked for a true and correct budget, that's what I
Yes.
presented you, that they made very well. We had to slash $240,000, I believe, last year out of the budget. And that's the reason I've had to come back for you, and that may be very well what we do this year. This is what we believe is gonna take to operate.
I say we get the wage stuff situated, but the rest of it, just kind of leave it as it is for now. And we can get back to this, when we look at the revenue from the state. I'd hate to spin wheels on numbers that'll end up changing anyway,
Yes.
But I did read some of your notes, and, you've done a lot of work on this. And I think that's very much appreciated. I do know on the group health insurance, that number is gonna also depend a little bit on what final number of positions we have. And that may drop a little bit because there would be less of a number. So again, we can fill that in later too, but that would be adjustable.
And I've talked to, a few of the council members, but I just wanna touch base where I've asked to move a driver into a secretary's position and move that down. It would be at a $35 an hour rate. We're faced with a lot more reporting, and I just want to explain it just a little. We're faced with a lot more reporting now than we were before. We have to stay in compliance on many different things. Bridge is almost a full-time job. And then, we're trying to make corrections, to get our road inventory certified correctly, because, we believe with what we have, we can certify another at least 200-mile road that we can get paid for.
That's good.
We did research back to where we think we found where the change was at. It was probably when the 911 system went into effect and when they were doing addresses.
And something got dropped.
Yes, but, all of that's going to have to be proved. We're going to have to go back into minutes, and I know the auditor's office doesn't have time to do that, but we're gonna have to do the research. So we think that's where our starting line it is, and then go forward. And, then we'll have to go back in front of the commissioners to get approval and get them submitted back to NDOT so we can get paid for the proper mileage that we have.
Too bad we can't get back pay for that with interest. So you're proposing then eliminating a operator, a truck driver position? That's obviously not counted in the 3, that's
Right.
already a part of that. And then basically create an office, and would that position, because we need a job description,
Yes.
would that mirror your other staff member, not your admin, but as far as the similar level of duties and, you know, where do you think that would fall?
What I would need to do is, the staff member that I have now, her job description would need to change.
Okay.
And to include some bridge information, and then the current job description would be fine for the new person.
Yeah, because the office administrator and those type of positions in different areas in the system are under the Comet D.
Right.
So, and that pays a little bit more than the secretary that's in the office, which doesn't have the same level of duties. So this third position, would that more closely align then as a Comet C is what you're saying?
Yes, the Comet C.
Because I'm thinking from a dollar standpoint, we can plug that number in.
Yes, the Comet C.
Okay. That will work on too. So, okay.
And when they do their job, could create additional, quite a bit of maybe money back to the county
That is correct.
that we're losing.
Yes.
So are we ready to move on?
Yeah.
We're ready to go to your next budget?
Okay. Okay, gas, oil, and lube, council, as you see, we're just jumping ahead.
Yeah.
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 New bridge.
Oh, okay.
Or you wanna do bridge? Well, that's what I got next, whatever you wanna do next is fine with me.
That seems like you just shifted some things around. The grand total's still the same as.
Yeah, we did, there's only so much money there.
Right, it's a fixed rate and you get what you get.
Yes,
Yep.
so that's what we did. We're not going to pay any wages out of that as we did last year, and we just need to,
I think it looks.
have the money shifted into the culverts, tiles and sewer pipe.
I think it looks good.
We're running into cost there, and so you understand, it's these old WPA culverts I've been talking to you about, they're beginning to fail.
They're almost 100 years old.
And we need a place to pay for them out of.
Looks good. And we move on to local road and street.
Like the total is also the same. Just moved a few things around a little bit.
Yes.
And again, that's gonna depend on what the states tells us they're gonna get in that fund, so, yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And I know, I'd like to go back to the 1176 just a moment, just to touch. We did move some money around, and it's explained, but in regard to the truck rotation,
Yes.
we have truck leases now. We expect those trucks to last the county 10 years. They're gonna be paid for over the next 5 years, so it just needs a line for itself.
And I created one,
Okay.
and
Yeah,
it's 45900.
That's it.
Yeah, so on equipment, you know, we have the vehicle rotation, you kinda have that at 50 at the moment.
Yes.
And then, and that's a drop. Okay. And then you have 61 for a greater lease,
Yes,
19,224 for a loader.
yes.
And I think last year you mentioned it's more of a loan instead of a lease, that changed.
It is, it was in fact it was converted into a loan. It was a lease that had a buyout.
Got it. And then the new truck lease, you're putting at 50, and there was a tractor that was 16.
Yes, the tractor actually buys out in May at $16,000.
Okay, so that's the final payment.
That's it, yes.
That's all I have.
I think we're good there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
When would you like me back in regard to the,
Why don't I shoot him an email and we'll need to talk,
sounds good,
so, okay.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prosecutors are
I'll see him.
Court's here.
We're supposed to send him a text or call him when you're ready for him.
Do you want to go ahead and just do the courts real quick? And how's the world of circuit court these days?
I'm excited.
All quiet and everybody's behaving?
Things will be fast.
And Jacob wanted us to call him. When you guys, Jacob wanted us to call him when you guys came up.
Okay. Spent half my life calling prosecutors and attorneys.
I will call him.
I notified the prosecutor.
Okay, you can start, I got Jake's on speed dial.
He left me his number, I can call him. So. There we go.
Ready? You ready? You're ready, we're ready. All right. Essentially, I think we came before you and talked about raises for our staff and how we could make it work, and we promised you that we would do it for this year and next year, and I think we still carry through with our word and promises based upon the information that we've submitted to you. To do that, you'll see that on our proposed budget, the increase in wages, I think, was $20,259 on the first sheet that we have. And you'll see that we're proposing certain items coming from our budget and others to pay for the same. We're asking to encumber $5660 from 22 and 23. We're also asking $4,000 from the 40 money that we talked about when we told you that kind of comes in quarterly, that's a reimbursement. Probation then had promised us the $8,000 from a grant that they couldn't use in another capacity, so we're taking that. And then we're taking $2,600 off of our dues and subscription line item. So that's a portion of that money, and I think that comes out to the amount that.
It pays, so we've calculated that at $20,260, so dollar over, yeah.
And then, obviously, then you're gonna have FICA to go along with that to justify the additional $1,500 in FICA. We're proposing, that we encumber from the line item above of the 12,100 line item. We're taking $672 from the 2022 to 2023, and then another $890 from our dues and subscriptions. We come out, when we do that in the math, that's $1,562, which is more than what was needed.
I've got the actual wage number and it's very close.
Okay.
So I just took our current amounts where they've been at. Now, mind you, we're gonna have some longevity in there too. But I'm actually coming up with $214,299 as the exact number, which is pretty much on what you thought.
I think we estimated high just for some of those reasons on that. We've also factored in the PERF for $327. How we propose to do that is to encumber $2,355 from that line item as well.
And I would just kind of remind, hopefully everybody remembers this, but part of the reason why we're able to encumber these monies is because we took a full-time position to a half-time position, to try and work smarter. And so we have really tried to absorb the cost, to not put pressure on the general fund for these raises.
I've got FICA at 16,413 and perf at 24,029.
She showed perfect 22,087, so.
Yeah, and I just took that wage number and multiplied it by 11.2.
Could be.
Yeah. So who knows, but let me know if there's something
Right.
weird, but yeah.
So obviously, we talked about dues and subscriptions, you can see that we've decreased from $8,100 down to $4,600, so that's why we're asking, that the, 31,400 line item be decreased by $3,490 to cover the wages that we just talked about, as well as a portion of the FICA. So that's the way that we're making good on our promise. We've also similarly done the same thing with printing. We're taking $350 off of our printing budget and applying it towards our equipment maintenance agreement, to cover the increase that we just are demanding that we paid, so we're taking that off of our printing. We're increasing then our equipment service agreement by the $350 that we just took off the printing line to cover that, tit for tat. And then the last one's CASA, and Judge Hanlon handles that one for sure.
Yeah, so last year we requested a decreased amount just to try to relieve some pressure on the general fund. So normally we request 22,000 for the CASA director's salary. This year we're requesting 23,537. And the reason being is because the state, they provide us with an anticipated matching grant amount. And this is just the amount that they're willing to match. So the 23,537 is the amount that we could anticipate to receive back from the state if the CASA program is funded to that degree out of our general fund. And so that's an increased amount, but that's the reason for it.
This is the maximum amount that they're willing to match.
Yes, exactly. So that's gonna be the anticipated, and also, the CASA director, she is not here because she has COVID or was exposed to COVID. So, she did also ask me to ask, permission to apply for both the matching grant and the capacity building grant. And if more action needs to be taken on that, she wanted to know, so I'm supposed to ask that. But that's where that comes from.
Real quick, back up to that dues and subscription, that you cut a bit, and that included LexisNexis and.
That would probably include some of the West hard copy books. We're going more towards the internet component of it. We still have to have some updated file.
Most of the paper is gone, but there's a few manuals that are handy to have.
And I think, I mean, pretty much we promised you we'd cover, and that's what we're attempting to do. We need what we said we had before and what we're gonna have next year to keep it. We've not asked for any additional monies, but we need to make sure that if we didn't use it this year, we wanna be able to set it, it's all general fund, but set it aside to keep our word to you on the other component. Kind of first part of the conversation is about getting other offices to those endpoints and those kind of things, and obviously, I think every employee is underpaid in our county, and that's an important thing to look to, but, we cut ours by cutting a person, but so we hope that you'll continue to work with us so that we can be good on our word, but also.
23,537.
49,338.
Did you get the perfect FICA number?
214,299. 1,000.
I got 14,548. That's probably it. Now do you have 350,40?
349,587. Judge Pro Tem 400. 15,513.
16,413.
So go with what was it?
And 24,029.
350, 487.
We match, it's 350,487. 350,487.
And I know Lynn's gonna ask me tomorrow, what was the perf difference? We had it at 2287, you had it at 24.
I have perf at 24,029.
And wages dropped to 214,299.
Oh, wait a minute, how did you get that?
That's what I had, and you want now.
Yeah, so 214,299 for the wages. FICA is 16,394. Perf is 24,001,
So you have FICA at
394.
16,394, okay.
Perfect, 24,001,
001?
and then the rest was fine, so 350, 191. We match 350, 191.
So not 47, 350, 191, okay.
Thank you for your work.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are you presenting the CASA?
Oh, yes, yeah. So I'm doing that for Beth, and I apologize again that she's not here.
Didn't look any different.
It looks flat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to add outside of what,
Last year, she said a lot of this is not used, but it's budgeted just to have it ready. So I imagine that's still the case.
Let's see that.
I had a packet of stuff, and now I don't know what I've done with it, but if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. You've got it in front of you probably.
It's all the same.
And she does plan to apply, that's the grant amount, so she plans to apply for both the capacity building and the matching grant. The thing about the matching grant, if you fully match it, a lot of times there are third round distributions, but only counties that have matched that amount are eligible for those third round distributions. Candidly, they did give it to us last year, even though we didn't match it, because I think they just kind of felt a little bit bad about the situation, so, but that would not be typical.
To request the grant, she'll need to go to the commissioners.
Okay, I will let her know that.
Okay, are we ready? Are we good?
You're all match.
Okay,
Good.
All right, thanks folks.
thank you.
Chase was part of theirs.
What is on the commissioner's court? Is that included in?
They did away with that?
Okay. So, we're ready for public defender?
Hello.
I don't know if you.
No, we're
I don't know if
ready.
everybody's reviewing everything first, questions, or they want to interrupt what you do.
I think we're ready for you to go ahead.
Okay, the main thing, postage went up to, $10 a box, nothing there. Depositions and supplies, stay the same, I think, since we've started. We took out travel expenses, we don't use it just in case we would have it, $100 there, just in case something would come up, we'd have to go to prison or something to visit an inmate. Registration conferences, we took that down to $300, that's $100, we basically pay that our part-time employees have to attend one a year, so that last couple years has been free because of COVID, but if we would come back, we would reimburse them up for $100. The bigger change, the non-contract and the contract public defenders, we kind of had those numbers inverted, so if you look from the year before, they looked like a lot more, but they should have switched. For non-contract employees, we started out with 25,000, we went down to 20,000, then we went down to 17.5 last year because we've been having decreasing amounts. Two things have changed. We've had a lot more appeals this year. As you noticed earlier this year, I came back and asked for more money because there's been more appeals. And also we had a non-contract jury trial outside of our contract that we had to pay for. The other issue is the Supreme Court has raised the pay rate for non-contract from $90 up to $100 beginning January 1. That's still, get 40% of that back, but it's still $6 more an hour than we're gonna have to pay. So taking that back up, hopefully we'll be back to where I need to be in that number. So it's not a huge difference, but it is $2,500 more, kind of where I was at 2 years ago. The other is the contract. It has for $28,000 increase. $20,000 of that was for the other full-time employee. We took that person's wages up last year. We paid for it out of supplemental. We took it up this year. We paid for it out of supplemental. And we're allowed to do that for a year or two, but after that, it's the assumption that the county will pick up the difference in that, and that's the year. This is kind of the third year for that to happen. And then I put in for a $2,000 raise for everybody else because we're still thousands of dollars behind. I'm about $35,000 to $40,000 behind what the next person in the county is. She's about $15,000 behind. The part-timers are about $5,000 to $10,000 behind. So that doesn't get into where the equal to other counties are somewhat more comparable to what they're paying. Again, that's without benefits, insurance, or anything of that nature. We don't receive any benefits. And we get 40% back on most everything that we do spend. That's where the difference, the main is the $20,000 coming on board out of the general fund that we've been paying for the last 2 years out of our supplemental fund. That's really where our incentive increase comes from. And I don't, if you remember, we came here it was about a year ago where we had our other full-timer left. We had to find somebody. We only had 2 people that were qualified because there is certain qualifications. We only had 2 that would apply, and that was the number that they gave out was what their salary was we couldn't find anybody for what we were paying. Just be honest. And then you've got a lot of time in between now and then, but that was a situation where we had to raise the pay. We couldn't find anybody to take the spot.
So of the regular contract public defenders,
Yes.
that's where the approximate 40% reimbursement comes into play.
Yeah, and a non-contract as well.
And the non.
Almost everything we spend, even our postage,
Okay.
I even put in for utilities about $100 some for utilities, we get 40% of that back. So on our report, I put in postage, 40% back. Everything we would get, there are some exceptions, but essentially 40% of most everything.
So,
So when I say 28,000, you're not gonna be paying 60% of that 28,000.
Yeah, and I'm coming up with a 30,300
Yeah.
times 40%. So you're gonna get about 12,000 more dollars back in to go towards that.
Yeah.
So we wanna make sure that our miscellaneous revenue report that you figure for this budget is increased to show the new revenue.
Yes, yeah, when I do a quarterly report, actually, I was working on it when I got called.
Okay.
And then it'll be January 1, and the last 2 years, we reflected that 20,000 is coming out of supplemental. It hasn't cost the general fund anything, but you've got 40% of that money.
Yes.
So you essentially made money from a supplemental into your general fund.
Yeah, so the net cost here would be about $18,000 to the county general because we would figure in the reimbursement.
Give or take a few here or there, but yeah, that's essentially what it is. I think our reimbursement's around about 25 to 30,000 a quarter. Does that sound about right, Sheila? I think about 25 to 30,000 next one we get back to the quarter. So, over the year we get back about 100, 120,000.
so are we ready to?
Depends, is the council good with the increases? That's the decision that needs to be made.
So those increases, where do they take, I mean, we voted this morning, clearly lawyers are in a different ballpark, I understand that.
Yes.
But as far as splitting things, well, this would be contract.
Yeah, this is all contract, there's no really specific any wage guidance on this, other than,
If you want wages, I mean, I'm paid 120 here, the Grant County's 157 plus benefits. Monroe County's the same amount, set by the state. The number two is paid 110,000, we're paid 90 here with benefits. Non-contract, I mean, part-time contracts are about 45 to 50, I think we pay 40 here. So those vary a little bit more. The other two, my salary and the number set by the state, based off the Don's salary, his number two salary. That's what we're supposed to be making on the program, so.
So what, please, I want to, what I would suggest is that, you know, before we grant any raise such as this, we wait and go through it and look at it as a wish list item, unless somebody wants to take action right now.
And if I may, even if we could break it down into two different things, because I believe the 20,000 was kind of understood that it was going to go to that amount versus the other part of the 2,000. I really see that as something that, you know, we paid for the last 2 years that we believe the council or the county is going to take up this year. So I understand the wish list, but I believe that to be kind of a little bit separate than the regular raises.
Understood. You have any thoughts on that?
I mean, if you think about the general, if you look at our guideline on the rates for non-contract, when you look at like folks that work in the office, you know, what we did, it kind of equates to, you know, a 8 to 10% average adjustment. And here, that's about a 10% adjustment. But again, this is contract, so it's different. There hasn't been a change in the last couple of years. And if you remember, 3 years ago, I think it was, when there were regular raises given, there was an argument at that point that, well, what about them? Because they're not paid hourly, they're contract, but they haven't gotten a raise. And we wound up cutting it back and wound up not doing anything with it, and it's kind of sat ever since. So, you know, just like was done for the IT contract where they went from 90 to 95 an hour, you know, you think about those kind of other contract services, this is in line with some of that. It's not really out of line.
We received $108,120.70 last year in revenue.
108,000.
That's about what I think between 100 and 120.
That's about, what, 33% or something like that.
To date is $84,620.21.
We are getting a little bit more back on our CHIS cases, about $3,000 or $4,000 a quarter. That actually started at the beginning of the year, so that's going to increase it just a little bit too. Yeah, I forgot about the additional bringing back for CHIS this year. They started a new reimbursement.
Yay, nay, or wish list?
Everybody's quiet. So, I mean, do we want the amount that is not covered with the revenue? I mean, that comes out of the general, doesn't it?
Yeah, you have to pay it out of the general to get the reimbursement, so.
And if approved, that 18,000 would come off of your other total list that you're keeping, right? Because you're adding.
I mean, everything could take away from that, but it's not a wage thing. I mean, it's not a wage.
I vote yes if I have a vote, I don't, but again, it's been part of the discussions for a couple of years, and then it would come back to the fund eventually into the county general fund, and if that was the agreement 2 or 3 years ago, then why wouldn't you? Cause it was part of the supplemental and to be moved to the county general. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly have any objection to the adjustments. Just like any other contract services we've had in other areas, they've all been moving up because of costs, so.
I would also say too, if I could, just with your contractors that are on the square here, they really subsidize your indigent defense costs because they pay their own overhead, they pay for their own postage, so all of your costs are subsidized by those contractors, just for what it's worth.
That's a good point.
If we have to go out of county and get somebody to cover it here,
Could be a lot more than
you're
that.
gonna lose.
We just did-
Financially.
We just did a jury
One
trial,
case kills.
about $10,000 for one case. That we get, again, back, but still at $6,000.
Want to be able to attract some young lawyers that might want to set up practice here too. So not having that happening because they can go to the other counties and make more money on that. Benefits are huge, but not unless you gotta have a contract price that's gonna entice them to think that they can open something on the square and subsidize their income that way too, because we're not attractive anymore. He chipped in and helped you years ago when you were hurt, if you remember, Jake was the one that stepped up and said, take it from this fund to help out.
Everybody's mind.
I don't object to it.
Okay.
I think we're half asleep, actually.
Thank you.
Thanks. Prosecutor.
How's it going, Dawn?
I gotta go back to where am I at here?
I do have wage numbers already figured out. So, I noticed you had a little bit of a change here in your proposal on splits regarding 4D and all that, so I've taken that into account. You mentioned that for your 4D prosecutor, there's now a 30-70 split. 30% comes out of the general fund portion, right? And 70 comes out of your 4D. Okay, so 30% of that position salary is $23,965.
Are you in 40 or are you,
This is regular.
and you said 20?
23,965. And then your regular wages, just to confirm, that includes 3 of your office and support staff, the non-4D positions. And it includes 90% of your investigator position.
Correct.
That total is $143,884. And then FICA is gonna be $12,840. PERF, $18,799. And then you had about 4 items you're moving back from before.
Yes.
06, 739.
It's rounding.
So even with him moving back in some key components that at one point was moved out, his total is 206,739, which is about 9,000 less than the previous year. So that's good. And that still helps him on the back end because he has those supply and support type expenses are not being coming out of his 2,500. So on 4D, you wanna go to that one next? So on that one, we have the rest of your 4D prosecutor, which would be the 70%, and I've got 55,918 for that one. And then the next question, just to confirm, is the regular wages. That includes all three of your 4D positions, right?
Yes.
Plus the 10% for the investigator.
Correct.
Okay. Let me do the math on that. So that should be 104,830. And then your FICA is gonna be 12,297. And your perf is 18,004. Now, with the wage stuff, the thing to be mindful of here is your miscellaneous revenue report. Because you get reimbursement for these expenses here, this is on the general fund, so whenever we add money, that bottom line goes up. But he also has an offset, like public defender. And so whatever you need to do, Don, to update your miscellaneous revenue number to account for your total, make sure to do that, and we'll work that in on our numbers. I think everything else, notary was up a little bit, but I think every other line item in here was the same. I've got 202,149, okay.
Are you ready? The next one?
Looks good to me.
Any other questions?
User fee, that, there were a couple of those things that went back to the general fund, but there were a couple of adjustments like gas oil, the typical fuel stuff there. But overall, it looks like that one went down just a few $1,000s or so. And that one's not on the levy or anything like that, so.
And the FICA and the PERF, do you want?
It's the
Is that
same,
what that is?
383, 60, I've got 31,443. The only other thing we had, this year, when we had our financial thing, and you helped us out in finding a way to save some money, we had some kind of an arrangement where we made claim, we kept it in the general part, the 4D part, but then we claimed it out of here. But I'm assuming that that's gonna end, is that correct? And is that okay with, is that okay with, because we wanna make sure that the miscellaneous revenue number on that side is reduced, because that's not gonna be miscellaneous revenue.
Right.
Okay.
Are we all good? Thank you.
You done? Okay.
Thank you for your work and help.
Let's go transfer for the chiefs. Thank you.
Okay, under probation.
Good old probation, well, there's always something. And I think we already have one for you. There, and when the commissioners were in here earlier, we talked about the care of patients and inmates, and they had proposed that not be in their budget. They thought maybe that needed to be somewhere else. I know there's some definitions and some legal things with that. I'm not sure if it matters where it is, but because that does involve juvenile placement and things like that.
Juvenile placement in residential does the state pays for that through like kid traps? The care of patient is detention.
And that's our part.
The county has to pay for detention, but residential, long-term residential, the state helps pay for.
So does it matter where it's at or what budget it's in, or?
Well, if you give, it doesn't really matter where it's at, but we don't have money to pay for it. So if you're thinking that we have, or there's a grant to help pay for detention, or there's not that.
And I don't think it was necessarily a matter of cutting the cost, but I think it was where it was at. They just thought it wasn't their expense to worry about, and it maybe should be managed through a different, who makes the claims on it? Like when there's a claim for it?
We get the claims from the detention center, and we make sure that they're right, and we just hand them over to the office.
So you're the one that touches the claims anyway, so maybe if we put it into the regular probation budget, would that be okay?
And then I can always, if there's more like before, it doesn't matter to me where it comes from.
Okay, just wanna make sure we weren't doing the wrong thing with.
Right, but I will say, we will come get our toilet paper. Say that.
We're in a roll.
We don't expect anybody to hand deliver stuff, but we are a county office, we do use supplies such as that, so, yes.
So
the dollar amount for the care of patients, you're gonna add it into the 1,000 fund. It wouldn't change your bottom number because you're just moving it to another 1,000 fund, just to add that amount.
Yeah, so I'm moving that, I'm gonna put a 39,800 line item in there at this budget. And, the amount was 10,000, 20,000, what was the last?
It was 10,000 on this.
And you just added some recently too. Some years it was as high, and I will be honest with you, some years it was as high as almost 200,000.
I remember.
Yes, some years it's been 40,000, so some years it's been, so it just kind of depends what happens.
So the commissioners had 10,000 in it this year. That may or may not have been enough, but that's what it was.
Right, and I think, didn't you just add 20 or 30?
It was tabled again because it was tabled at the last meeting to look into it as far as the dollar amount, so
what does it show right now in the commissioners, how much in the red is?
That's a good question.
Okay, let me, couple different things, because I was looking at something else. Last year they expended $45,060.90.
And there was only 10,000 budgeted for it?
We did an additional appropriation.
As of to,
45,000.
actually, let me do that. It's right up here. 45,061, $60.90. Let me look at.
Is that normal?
That's a hard decision to make when you're on the bench, I'm telling you,
This
it's
is
what it could be, because Judge Allen there, there's 3 or 4 kids that they've asked to detain, that we decided we would try to do it through different alternative mechanisms to ensure their safety and the community's safety. But I've also had some young children that have made the decision to do an armed robbery, and so we've got to detain those kids, so we don't know what we're looking at, unfortunately, Owen County is like any other county, and, it's not maybe.
And the other thing I would say about all of this, like to the degree that you are all involved politically, your indigent defense costs, that is the state's obligation. They have delegated that to the county to pay for. And it's the same, this detention of, that the Indiana Department of Correction has space to hold juveniles. They just choose to not utilize the space to assist the counties in that way. So, I mean, to the degree that that is a conversation, I think it's worth having. And there are fewer and fewer detention beds also. So it's not only a cost issue, it's becoming a space issue and a staffing issue and all sorts of problems with it.
I don't look for that one necessarily to go down. I brought it down quite a bit when we did JPI and some of the other programs and created home detention and GPS tracking. We also have 2 juvenile probation officers working on it, so we've added to it that way to help try to make sure that we can monitor them a little bit better. Public defenders are working kind of quickly on some of them to say, okay, maybe some will admit and we'll get them into residential, which then is the state side, because we know we can't send them home, but we're not so sure that they don't just need more treatment and rehabilitation as opposed to strictly going down detention in the DOC. But that takes some time to get it to that point. You gotta have a lot of evaluations to determine what's right for what kid and what's right for your community on safety. Because we've had some that's made some pretty poor choices.
And I will say finding residential beds is a little bit more difficult now than it used to be. I have a friend that lives in Missouri at a hospital, and they couldn't find a bed, so they had to keep the kid at the hospital for like 3 to 5 days.
Really?
There was just no bed.
Wow. I wouldn't look for it to go down. It's fair estimate.
So what kind of number do we wanna put in that line? I don't think 10's gonna be enough. What was your?
I would suggest 50, just because
I
that's
was
kind of where you're already at in the red. It keeps us from having to come back maybe for at least 6-8 months in the year next year for an additional appropriation.
I think it's like, what, $300 a day? And so, you know, one kid can easily be in there 30 days before I can get him back into court and make a decision even that quick. So that's what you're looking at.
$9,000 for that one.
What do
Alrighty,
you think?
so 50,
50,000, and where's it gonna be at?
it's in the probation budget and.
1,235, line item 39,800.
To date, this is taking into the commissioners' meeting on Monday, so whatever's been processed for that. $52,155 is what has been expended.
This year so far.
It is in the negative. That line item.
And again, it was just tabled at the last council meeting to review it, and it's going
It's
to
just
come
on.
back.
So, but you're saying 50,000.
50.
50.
And it's going in the probation budget? Okay.
So Donna, regular wages, you always have that little matrix that you put together, which is very helpful. But I do know from our last year or the current year's notes that your regular wages for probation included the current office position you have that's vacant at the moment.
Right.
It also includes your chief deputy or chief assistant, Paula, and then Adrian and Natasha are there. Is no changes at that point? Okay, so let's add that up. Also, we had decided to address a certain amount of wage increase. You were a part of that discussion. So that vacant position that you have is one of those that's affected.
Right.
So
I put it at the mid, so it's not gonna go that far.
got it for now, yeah. So I'm gonna add that in. All right, and then we mentioned Natasha. And I do have the 23 figures in here.
Yeah, I came up with a number 2, so.
Ah, yeah, we'll double check that here. So let's see. And then it was Paula. And Adrian. So the total I have for that regular wages line is 229, 286, which is pretty darn close to the figure that was entered in.
What did you have for the position, the vacant position?
Let's take a look at that here.
I had 31,879.
Oh, one moment, I have a little different number here. Just a little bit less, 31,013
Okay.
for that one. 31,013, one moment. All right, so the new amount's 229,131. 229,131. And then FICA is 17,529. PERF is 25,663. And then she just had that small adjustment in supplies, $500 for that, right? The 50,000 for the carapations and inmates, so that totals 322,822, which we match, so.
We're ready to move on to the next one.
All the others are grant, and, you know, some of them are kind of limited to what their totals have to be. And I know that her matrix on wages splits out a number of positions. I think we'll need to check that, but we can do that later.
Right, the only other thing, I didn't turn a couple in because we do not have drug court anymore, so there's nothing in drug court to stop some money, so I'm trying to figure out from the state what we can do with that money. I just received an email today that Justice Partners it was a 3-year grant, they weren't gonna renew it, but they are gonna renew it for 1 more year.
Cool.
So I can apply for that, it starts again in October, so that's something out there then too. But I didn't turn anything in because I didn't think we were gonna have anything, because they said it was only 3 years.
Yeah, because you were not sure until mid-September maybe,
Right.
but you know that is available?
And it is available, the free trial, we turned in what we turned in for the free trial grant. We have not heard anything back like we did with community corrections, if it's changed in any way, so I can let you know that, because they change them sometimes.
So the Justice,
So, Justice Partners was 9153.
9153?
Correct.
So you'll have an eventual budget for that you can present?
And if anybody ever looks, if they can get into allowing work, we use all of our funds, like probation users fees, you'll see it's been down to $50,000, it's like $100,000 now, but you know, with salaries, whatever. We use our funds, so if you get in there and look. And we try to pay for one time when we know this fund has a little bit more, and then next time this one's low, so we'll kind of swap it out, so if you ever see that is why this fund is low, I need to use something else. But there's not a lot of information there,
We can do with that.
just for, like,
We
we
appreciate
have to
that.
pay for electricity, more insurance, because like this past year, insurance is killing grants. And we didn't know that we had this, and now we have this extra expense, and now it keeps adding, I mean, sometimes, just like in the general fund, it's gonna get very, very short.
1122, you've got appointed pay, regular wages, regular, like a perk, so.
We're just gonna have to double check the wage stuff on the other funds, just make sure your totals are fine. Yeah, the current year, we had a note, you know, when we were working on revenue about, a claim for Natasha, but that was just a one-time, right, during this current year, that's done, we don't,
We could maybe get some more, depending what pretrial will do.
okay.
Pretrial, you know, we just don't know yet until we know. But this current year, no, you're right, this current year, we still have like $5,000 that we can give over. But it has to be reimbursed, so like in November, we can put that back in there.
So for next year, yeah, I'm gonna put a note, 10,000 may be available as a claim towards Natasha's. Okay. If that is, then we'll make sure the revenue adjustment or estimate reflects that 10,000. That would be helpful also, Sheila, to make sure.
I'd like to receive.
Yeah, I saw the treasurer's here.
Well, the recorder's next.
Loretta had a doctor's appointment.
Did what?
A doctor's appointment.
So does she want?
3:30, so she wanted to know if she could come tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. So what does everybody want to do? I mean, cause we still have a long way to go. Do we wanna try to knock the rest of it out today? Do we wanna move it,
My concern is that our department head's still in the building after.
yeah,
Probably
Well,
are.
and you only have 4 to look at that are pretty,
are they pretty,
yeah, you should be.
They're not too complicated.
wanna take a short break,
10 minutes.
10-minute break? And we'll come back and work and.
I forgot about the
Okay,
But since
back to work.
since like Dusty's already here, so should we go ahead and do them, because clerk can be done at the
Okay.
end.
Let's go ahead and do you, Dusty. Before I
I'm
change
here.
my
Yeah, let's get you out of here, right? Yeah, yeah.
mind.
I voted gets nothing. Bye, Dustin.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was easy. I'm asking for a bunch.
All right, so wages, we've got some numbers. For the appointed pay or the elected pay, it's 38,814.
Which I would like to remind you guys that, in 2020, the average salary for an Owen County employee was $39,193. And I'm an elected official. And I'm not fighting that for me, I'm fighting it for her and her. You know, everybody's looking at it, but that's in 2020.
So will that increase because the surveyors you
Well,
added?
And
the,
even with the $900, I've been listening all day. We're just still right there, they're like, are we taking that little bit of the quarter that you were talking about and adding it to the, what is it, 31,000 low point? That low point's, nobody makes that.
right.
That low point's moot, it ought to at least be from our current salaries toward, the quarter toward, and base.
Yeah,
And I know everybody's heard it, but it needs to be really looked at. The Greene County assessor makes almost 60 grand. And they're bigger than us, but they're not Monroe County.
true.
Everybody around us, Putnam County makes 53, because I looked it up before I came in here. And that was, they don't have currents, that's a year or two behind. So we're that far behind. We're not 10,000 like we'd like to think on that spreadsheet. I know I don't wanna beat a dead horse, but I wanna bring it to everybody's attention that, hey, these elected officials, how are we getting anybody to run? How are we getting good people? What happened if Sheila quit? You know what happened? Nothing. Nobody even signed up. We were lucky that I was in level 2.
That's true. Could jump in.
Could you imagine how this office would be with, my office is brand new this year. And I've been in it for 5 years, so I have a relative level of knowledge. There's still a lot of things I don't know that I'm working through. I think every first-time elected official, that's how you go through it. I'm not afraid of that. Am I gonna make mistakes? You betcha. But I'm gonna learn a lot. I'm trying to get my girls to learn a lot. That goes to their pay at 15, 16 bucks an hour. How can I expect them to take the classes they need to take to understand, to learn? It's a bigger level of commitment than just somebody off the street. They gotta know something about real estate, about taxes, about appraisal, about the people, for God's sakes. Because we handle a lot of the people that we all make unhappy. Guess where they show up? My office.
So,
That's my thoughts.
on his pay, I mean, according to what you were, the quarter,
Yeah, so the low point is 31,278
on elected official,
for assessor.
Yeah.
The midpoint is 48,77.
Yeah.
The high is 64,875, so that's your range, but you're currently at 38 and some
Something,
change.
yeah.
And that's still above where we made that decision this morning. So there's nothing extra in particular for that position.
So the $900 you said, I wouldn't even get it then,
What was the 900 from?
in that.
That was, yeah, I think if we did the 25%, Yes, that's the 900 we were talking about, yes,
Okay.
but we later voted to go
To
half of that amount.
half of that amount.
That's
So
yeah,
there again, elected officials won't get 50 more cents.
not with 12, not with that level where it was set, but the motion also included additional once we reevaluate the numbers, because there are some offsets. So if there's some more money that can be put towards it, then we'll put more money towards it,
Right.
and that'll get it closer to that point.
Right.
Everybody's got a point where it crosses.
Right.
It varies, and yours is 38, because that's where you're at. But your staff will, because they're below that point. So as far as the budget, the amount for the elected official pay, I have that at 38,814. I've got FICA at 2969. And I've got perf at 4347. And then there really wasn't much adjustments to
There
the
really
budget.
wasn't. I
other than
tried to
supplies.
do the things, you know. I
Yeah,
tried to keep it.
52 the way though. So it wasn't much different. I've got $52,080.
See, it was the way I had it, it was about $9,000 more than that annually for me to have.
If you go to the midpoint, then yes, it would be.
Right.
Maybe a little more than that.
Go to reassessment?
Reassessment, you've got 3 positions
Correct.
that feed into that. The total, I've got 95,574.
And you said something earlier, what does the chief deputy, what are they supposed to make?
It's supposed to be 85% of whatever.
Even mine, because I'm sure she's not making that.
She isn't, that's why she's getting an increase.
Okay.
Because she's not getting 85% of what you get now.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
So that's included in there, that kind of writes that comparison.
So is she the only one that's getting the raise?
All 3 of them do.
Okay.
Yep, 95,574 is the total. FICA is 7,311. PERF 10,704. And the rest of the line items there's a couple of changes there that I'm sure you want to talk about. Oh, this is the first budget where we have a group insurance line, so that's where we need to figure that.
7791.
Yeah, there's 3 of them, 3 positions. And so that comes to 23,373.
You said group bench.
Yeah. And I don't know if you caught that conversation from earlier?
I did.
Okay, so we're just doing the math.
No, there was a couple of those I knew you guys
Yes, we got
would
it.
have to figure. I kinda made them rough because I knew they'd be more, but I didn't know how much.
So this new imagery cost,
New imagery. Folks, I'm gonna just walk this through. This is straight off of our map. Does anybody know what that is? You know what that building is?
Well, it's Boston Scientific.
Is it upside down?
Yes.
Sorry, let's start over.
Yep.
Boston, that's currently, I printed this off today. Does anybody see what's missing? Burl, what's missing?
Me in a truck going down the road.
This picture is from like 2016.
Yeah, the new one.
I pulled this one too because I wanted to just make a point how updated imagery can help us. Do I have that right?
Other way around, yes.
Now, this is off of Google because I don't have it, okay?
Yeah.
That's the
Look at that.
difference
The
of
additions are
updates.
already there.
Updates,
Yeah,
right, just
yeah.
updates. See the new buildings on that one. Okay,
Well, it's gonna cost us money, I understand that. This is what we currently have. I printed off a bunch of them and I'll just walk through it. This is what I'm asking for. So it doesn't really matter.
Oh, turn it over. Oh, that's
Oh.
bad.
Yeah, that is
Well,
actually much
so-
more precise, much more precise.
And what I'm asking for is just this middle, that's good enough. So what this does,
Yeah.
this is what we have currently on a house. This is what we could have.
Eagle view,
Eagle view, yes, sir.
and can that be used in other departments?
So this can be used in every department almost, okay? It will coincide right with our Exoft program. So right now, when I look something up in Exoft in our program, I also go to the WTH GIS site to look at the aerial map. So I'm seeing something like that, but at least I can see it. I could have this inlaid in that, in Exoft. It will also work, that mapping layer will go into our GIS. So everybody that's using GIS all of a sudden has new updated images more often. Public safety, it's huge. They're gonna use it everywhere. There's a mobile app that we have access to. So you can use it on your phone out on site if you need to. Probation, sheriff's department, everybody can use this. I'm gonna make it quick. So the measurements, nobody will understand it, but 1 pixel equals 6 inches. Okay, our measurements are all within a foot. We get within a foot, roughly. We measure from the outside, it's measured at not 12.5, it's either 12 or 13. This imagery actually, according to the International Assessor Standards, if we had this imagery, we don't have to go out. Now, we'll still go out, there's still a lot of stuff to do, don't get me wrong, but we're already down 2 people. We need things that can help us from having to go out as much. This basically that I'm asking for is to have this view of our county every 3 years. Cost roughly 30 grand a year, about 90,000 bucks to have this flown over. Now, when they fly over, they'll overlay this map onto the old map, and I'll get a list of properties of all the changes. Now, the first one will be a big mess because it's such a time
Such a
frame.
difference, yeah.
But every 3 years, with that, I'll pick up, there will not be anything left unknown anymore. This fixes that problem. Whether they get a permit or don't, or burns down, nobody ever tells us, or, all those issues are solved with this program. And it's 30,000 bucks a year annually, and they fly every 3 years. Now, our assessments are every 4 years. So we'll be able to be more accurate, more often, and the Eagle View guy said that with this, and the change finder is what it's called when they overlay, every single time they've ever sold that, it's paid for itself plus some. So it's a money maker essentially. Not to mention it's gonna save us time and let us work with our skeleton crew a little bit more efficiently.
Safety.
Safety, safety, safety. And that's my thoughts there. I'd love to talk more, but you guys are done.
And their system, can that be used?
It's a mapping layer, so we can put it into the WTH
That was
GIS.
my question, okay.
It also, like, nobody's been in my office, but when I'm looking through Exoft, I also have another WTH open so I can look at both. Well, that's a pain in the keister, okay? Because I really want to look at this and look at this and look at this, well, that'll be inlaid in it. so I don't have to do as much. It doesn't take near as long, it cuts a lot of the work in half. And there's a lot of times that, hey, we need to check this, or there's a question about this, I can look it up and tell, because it's updated close enough. How great would that be? Not have to drive out there, take me 30 seconds to look it up, take me 30 minutes to go out and look at it or more in this county.
Fuel.
And you bet.
Yeah.
And I learned that today, that the international assessing standards allow this to do desktop reappraisal with 6 inches or less. That's the measurement of imagery.
I'm glad you're passionate about it, because this conversation started out with me just saying new imagery.
It's been educating, yeah.
I'm excited about it. I've talked to the guy several times. It is a game changer. At the conference I went to in January, they said in 10 years, the assessing is gonna be all technology. Folks, we gotta jump, because we're not gonna make it in 10 years. It's changing too fast.
Yeah, if you don't get
With
get ahead of it a little bit.
the say,
it's really
just get halfway caught up.
Yeah.
Because we're most important computer in the courthouse, in my opinion, and I've told most of you this, is mine. And it's an old laptop. I'm not asking for a new computer. I'm asking for a raise, but I'm asking for some good technology to make it right. This isn't a toy, per se. This is, for real, we need this, and I'm gonna wear you out every chance I can because we need it. It's not that I want it, we need it.
Yeah.
As bad as the elected officials need raises.
I think it's a program that everybody would benefit from, and if there was any way to
Spread it out.
distribute the expense with other funds somewhere along the way, but his reassessment fund would handle it. My other question would be, would any of your other contract services maybe go down some with having this new knowledge, or
No.
would they be doing?
Not anytime soon, at least.
What percentage of the time will you be going on site physically?
Well, I need to go out a lot more often than I am, but we're so short-staffed, I'm doing the best we can with what we have.
Is there any kind of coordination with the sheriff or law enforcement as far as, I mean, clearly, you know, I'd say 20 years ago, dogs were the biggest worry whenever you go out. Now they're people. So-
Yeah, so I did the reassessment for the last 5 years, and once a month, I'd have a gun pulled on me, once a month. Just safety alone, if it eliminates half the time we have to go out, it'll make money and save us that much time. And it'll be updated more often. Like I said, Boston's not even on there. There's grass growing already, you know, I mean, I really wanted that to, you can see that, everybody's seen Boston, seen the new building.
I think it's a great idea.
I do too.
It just screams efficiency and safety. I mean, there's a lot of things that's check marks off, and it's not unreasonable.
No.
It's not a $100,000
affordable.
program, you know.
I could do it myself if I need to. I think if everybody that could use it chip in $4,000 or $5,000, it wouldn't amount to anything. Now, the other thing I wanna mention, now that we're past that, is that I know you touched on it in, one of the meetings that are all blurred together, but the levy. Are we gonna adjust that levy? We have to adjust that levy.
Yeah, we're gonna look, we brought that up during our DLGF call.
Yeah.
Making sure that our rates and our cash balances are reasonable. Whatever happened back in 2018 or whatever it was,
Yeah.
it was weird.
Yeah,
and the same with our EMS thing this year, it was
Yeah,
weird,
it
so
was,
that's something we stressed on.
And I know you guys are working on it, I
Yeah.
was here at that
Right.
hearing, so I
Jim
just,
has prepared the numbers of where we're at, and again, they're talking down to 0.04 for EMS. Yours was 2 years that there wasn't any monies given, so it does need to be bumped up a little bit, and then the primary, the rest of it will probably go to the general fund, but it is something that they will.
I think what we want, what needs to be done first is an accurate budget snapshot, so we know what our obligations are. And we also need to look at your cash balance, and then figure out, okay, what's the acceptable rate to pull in the amount to cover the budget?
right, absolutely.
And not, we need to figure out what kind of cash amount needs to kind of be reserved, or kind of
Absolutely.
don't go under type number.
Right,
And kind of do the math, and that's a little later process, but that is something the DLGF
I
is
just wanted
sensitive to.
say it out loud, I appreciate it.
Do you know what your balance is currently in this?
I looked it up this morning,
In reassessment,
Yeah,
224,
okay,
and
224,567.
and you'll have a December settlement, but, we'll need to think about where you might be at the end of the year. Because
right,
you'll have several months of expenses, then the settlement, so
right,
it's gonna go down, then up a little bit. We need to figure out where we want to start the 23 year at.
right,
And then, whatever the appropriate rate is, would be figured.
perfect.
New amount?
Well, he had some other things he might wanna talk about, conference, travel, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're a brand new office, I touched on that a little bit. I've got 3 new girls, we all need training, I've gotta take some more classes, they all really need to take classes. So there's gonna be some travel, and there's gonna be a lot more travel now than there has been in the past, because we're all new.
So, yeah, so you're trying to catch up, get people up to date.
Yeah,
One thought on that, since there's a bit of a catch up and it's not your normal maintenance,
right,
maybe the extra to catch up, go ahead and get it appropriated now, or get it committed, kind of as a one-time thing, shot in the arm, but set the levels to where they normally would need to be, if that makes sense. I don't know how that could be coordinated, or,
what I did was I added some, but I didn't add, that's kind of what I did with the, because we need to go to those conferences.
Yes.
We need to be up to date on all the, new and upcoming information. I don't know how much they really went, there wasn't that much participation per se in those things, so that number really kind of took that.
not sure
into
yet,
account.
though, yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, again, that's if you don't wanna increase it by the few $1,000s here, but do an appropriation. Or, go ahead and get that
Then the
extra
point-
needed.
to have a budget to try to stay under and not have to appropriate, that's what I wanna do.
You wouldn't normally have the increased amount, when you're maintaining, correct?
Well, yes and no, I mean, they're just taking classes and then continuing ed, so it's really not any different.
So you're continuing,
Our
these higher
previous
amounts
Didn't
include,
really necessarily all of them have the classes, or they took them, but they never kept up on it.
so this is not really just a catch-up, you're saying?
No,
This is the norm.
what I think normal
Okay.
looks like.
If
I
it's
could
an
be a little
on, yeah,
high,
if it's an
but
ongoing thing,
I
then
think
that's
it's
fine.
because
Yeah.
there's all kinds of continuing ed yet.
Got it, I just misunderstood, cause you said you had a newer office and you're
And I,
trying to
and I
get people up to
do,
speed, okay.
so I may end up having to ask for more, I'm hoping that I can schedule them out and make this last is my plan, but. And that's travel expenses and conferences, so I mean, that,
What are our new numbers?
I've got 404, 463.
what's that leave is that travel and expenses at what?
That's leaving them what you requested.
Okay,
Does your fuel, is that coming out of the vehicle line item or the travel expense line item? For the vehicle? Should there?
Travel expense.
Okay, should there be I mean, we have had a gas, oil, we have a line item for that, shouldn't that be in his budget?
I thought they took that out when they got the county vehicle, cause it's county, I mean, I know he still has to reimburse, but
Right.
are you guys using your own vehicles more than a truck? Then he probably should have it.
I'm just wondering if there
Every
needs
time
to,
I go out, I try to use the county truck. As it,
so shouldn't there be a fuel line item in here since they have their own truck? And the fuel's been coming out of travel? It would be more accurate to have an amount for just travel mileage reimbursement, but then have an amount for fuel. Right?
Are you getting bills, the quarterly bills from the sheriff's department? Okay.
So why don't we
Want that to be like-
follow up on that later, let the auditor's office figure out what the fuel costs have been on average, and then make a line item, and then just subtract that from the travel line item, I think it'll be a wash, but,
yeah.
because
It'll
then we'll
just
know a
split it
little
up.
bit more, what the actual expense is, so.
I think it's good. We good?
Dusty, appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your energy, and yes, I like that, that's good.
Well, you guys have a good day. I'll be watching on my way home.
Ah,
Okay. Do we want, see, the treasurer's here. Do we wanna go on, or do we wanna do the clerk?
treasurer,
Is she over there?
Leslie and Adelaide, is that who you're asking?
Mhm.
She left. Okay, so we'll put her and Loretta both on tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. Treasurer.
Well, we've got numbers for you. The treasurer position is gonna be the same, 38,814. And then regular wages, you have two, full-time.
Right.
Now, they're gonna just, at this point, we're talking 23, they're gonna be paid for out of the general fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I've got 63,447. And then before we do FICA and you had some part-time money in here. I thought we had went ahead and cut that when we added. So do you need an item in there for that, or what's your request on that?
Yes, I mean, to do, to stay where we're at, you know, to keep two people at the windows while, two people balance, you'll take it down to one if you don't have that extra person. It makes a huge difference when you have that.
So what kind of hours do you project, or what's your scheduling, your planning for the spring and the fall? How many weeks, how many hours per week? This is total man hours.
Right, right. I mean, the 8,006, I mean, that would work perfectly for the hours. Cause we use this person a lot during tax season. We also have tax sale. At the beginning of the year when we're rolling everything over, we try to do the courtesy letters out to let everyone know who is late on any payment, so we can get that money back in before we bill. Using that person at that time is huge. And then also at the end of the year, and when we're doing our settlements, And after our due date, we have to have two different windows open. One has to be an on time and one has to be the late. So anyone who pays after the due date, so you have to have two different people working those windows.
So if you have to think about number of weeks and hours, what kind of total hours would you be figuring here?
I would say the 8,006 hours. Isn't that what we had, or that's dollars?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that wouldn't be hours.
That total, I mean, would work perfectly.
So let's do the reverse math then.
Okay.
So, okay, one moment here.
Your original appropriation last year was $8,743.
Got it, 887.
And then the total expenditure for the year was $5,160.
Okay. So let's see.
She
But it
quit
was
spending.
$87.43. Right.
She quit spending out of that for a couple of reasons. One, because everything was moved to the lit fund to try and save the general fund. Plus, she started using some of mine. So the cost was still there. It just wasn't showing in her line.
Got it, which is helpful at the time, so. So.
This person also helps out when we have vacations, we're at conferences.
And you're gonna have a new treasurer. And you're gonna have a new treasurer, so there'll be some catch up and.
So if you use like the 8,700 number that she mentioned, I know you mentioned a little less, but if you use 8,700 and you're using the new rate that we approved this morning, which is higher, that's 660 hours. So 660 divided, and it'd be no more than 28 hours a week, is that right?
Yeah, during tax season, I mean, they work more than 28 hours a week.
How much would they
I
normally work
mean,
in?
they're working the 35.
35?
Yeah.
For
How many weeks?
10 weeks out of the year, maybe? 5 weeks before.
I mean, if we're on vacation or at conference, they're gonna work that whole time. Unless we find that we're slow, then we'll send them home if we've got another person in the office. During tax season, probably a good 6 weeks during the spring and during the fall, that they'll work at least 35 hours a week.
Well, if you take that, if you do 6 weeks times 35, it'd be more than that for tax season, because you'd have a whole month prior, right?
Well, we usually don't bring them in until, a week or two before the end of the month prior. We don't bring them in real
So like
early.
mid-August, maybe late August,
We won't bring anyone
or
in
April,
August. April, yeah,
and then
Late March.
October.
yes.
So right now you have, yourself and then you've got 2 full-time people, right?
Mhm.
Did you, refresh my memory, did you have the seasonal employee or did?
Yes, since the year of 2000, there's been the treasurer, 2 full-time people, and then a seasonal person. And we actually have less money now than they had back in 2000 in our seasonal people.
Was 660 hours enough?
I would say yes.
Okay, and however you schedule that is up to you. But if that's the case, and you can hire 2 people at 3:30, 1 at 6:60, whatever it is, okay, it's a pool. 660, that's 8,699 is the wage amount with the, so that would be the amount to put in part-time, 86.99. 86.99. And so then, your FICA then would be, 8,488. And then your perf is 11,453. The rest of the budget was pretty much just the same. There doesn't appear to be anything else. So the total I have is 139,927.
Sorry, what was that total?
See if that matches up here.
You never know if you guys are gonna change it, so.
Right. Better to lock it in now, right?
Right. 139,926.
And that's it, yeah, 139,927. There's a rounding in there. Funny how that is. Because I'm using percentages on FICA, not a flat dollar.
Yeah.
And what did they raise the part-time, the seasonal person to?
Right, so it looks like that amount, and we had to do some reverse math on the level, but it's 13.18 an hour.
Can you tell me how much the chief deputy and the deputy would make an hour?
Let's see here. The regular deputy would be 16.01. And the chief deputy would be 18.127. That's just the base and the level. They still have longevity and that kind of stuff, but. Yeah.
Right. Right. All right. Thank you.
That's all I had.
So on the, you just had 2 part-time.
Well, she has it's a pool at the moment that we projected that dollar amount on. So,
And we only, with what we get paid now, really only one person, because you could only have this person half the time if you did 2 different people. You wouldn't be able to make it through.
I'm just trying to figure out what pool it's gonna, so is this a wish list item? Is it something?
yeah, it's gonna depend on what, the size. It's currently, the way I thought it was, is it's been 0 the balance of the year, because when we shuffled things around, yeah.
Right.
So currently, if you want the baseline, it's not there right now, it's been 0'd. So for 23, the decision is, do you reinstate this? Do you add this back in? That's what
So
the
you
request
had your seasonal this year, but it was, paid out of somewhere else,
No, it was cut.
Yeah, it was
It was
cut
taken away.
after the spring installment.
That's what I was.
And it had been that same number, that 87 is what we originally budgeted, but then about, I don't know, probably 40% of that probably ended up not being used or, vacated, because that money was gonna help offset the cost of the full-time upgrade.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We gave that up in order to bring a full-time person in. But to put the office back where it originally was, would bring that seasonal person back in. We've never had what you call a part-time person that works 28 hours every week. It's a seasonal position.
Where did you come up with the 660 hours?
So we took the amount that had last been budgeted in 22 before the cut, which was about, that amount, and then divided it by the rate of pay that we decided on earlier, and that comes to 660 hours.
If they're seasonal and they're working how many weeks in the spring and how many weeks in the fall?
It varies on, how much mail we have, so we never know you know, usually we're gonna work them more in the spring, but we never know what we're gonna have during that time. And plus, they also help, run a window after the due date. We have to have one window open for late payments, and we have mail that we have to do is on time. So it varies.
In tax sale,
Tax
in
sale.
vacation.
When we send out the letters in January to all delinquencies, on all delinquencies, so that we have someone there, because the phone calls, I mean, you know, sending a letter out is the easy part. It's having someone there to take the money, to do the research, you know, you have people call, I don't owe this, you've gotta do the research. You know, it takes a lot of people to do all that.
In time, is this gonna be another 8,000 taken out of the monies that's gonna be divided up from payroll?
I don't think so, but,
So you're talking about taking this out of general fund?
because it was,
But,
I don't know the exact amount that was vacated, but it was about 4,000 probably.
but we had already talked about that part-time going away. That was one of the agreements and giving her a full-time back.
In 22 it was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got 2 full-time beside you now.
I do. I do. But you have to understand the internal controls that go on in my office too.
What's it?
Internal controls that go on in this office. I mean, since 2000, this is the way it's been. We have less money now than we had back then.
So, I mean, when we were talking about the amount, this morning, that it would take to bring everybody up to that halfway between the level and the, was this, part-time included in that?
We hadn't came to this position yet, so we don't know. I mean, I don't think that's what you're asking about. As we look through the budgets, I like to earmark this and come back in the budget hearing to see if this is feasible. We're gonna stretch our general fund again, and yet I think we need to make sure that our employees get a raise.
So right now, with all the numbers in here, and it includes this entry, the cost to the general fund is $67,750. And I forget, this morning I thought that was about the amount that we talked about. Because we took 125, it was close.
Yeah, that's close.
So it's accounted for currently.
But we're not done.
Yeah. We don't have any more increases throughout the next number of budgets.
65,749, anyway, I got it written.
I mean, they're all the numbers are included with that, whatever positions apply.
So, I think what was talked about this morning was, what, the 65,749 or 65,900, both of those were.
Yeah.
And we're at what right now?
67,750.
So we're over already.
We still have the clerk and auditor.
Well,
I'm getting ready
yeah,
to
but
give
my number already includes everybody in the system.
Oh, okay.
So that 67, there is no,
Okay, so you're not doing as you're coming, I mean, as we're going.
no, those have all been updated, so. So it doesn't matter how many more we've got, whatever
Okay.
numbers we have is what we have, yeah.
Well, my question would be, Diane, could that be cut in half? $4,000 part-time line item there. I know that's not the 600 whatever hours Anton said, but you are back to 2 full times, but you're an elected official. I don't know, it's much better than what we cut it last year, or this spring. Or last fall, whatever we cut all those people.
If we wanna put the office back to where it needs to be, to keep going the way that we're going, to make sure everything matches, getting all the internal controls done, my opinion is that you leave that seasonal person there. We've always been, if we don't use it, if we don't need it, we won't use it.
Okay, what about the lady, Nana, I believe it is, in the auditor's office? Is she ever used by?
Yes, yes, she is, and we try not to use her, you know, it puts them in shorthanded. So,
She eliminated a position from us.
I don't wanna get into another situation with the county general, that we're gonna have to come back and do some cutting, so I'd like to take a real view of that right now before we get there. So all I'm asking you is, could you cut that in half and live with that?
I don't think you can. I mean, and cover and have everything done the way it needs to be done. I mean, I think the office has shown that it, with the employees that we have, that we can operate and operate correctly. I think when you start taking away, that it makes a huge difference in internal controls.
How have you been doing so far? Because you was without a person for a while.
Yeah.
Are we behind, or?
No, we're not behind, but we're working majorly over
No
what we
contact
should.
level?
No,
Okay.
no, because I take it on myself. But, and I'm asking Shelley to do the job of 2 and 3 people. And it's because of the experience that she has in that office that she's able to do that.
So losing half of your part-time you're saying would create a major problem?
I think it would. You're gonna have a whole new office next year.
Are you willing to try? I mean, if we cut it, I mean, all she could do is come in and say, guys, this ain't working.
I mean, that is up to the council, but I feel that other offices have been put back whole, and I think the treasurer's office, who deals in millions of dollars, needs to be made whole. I'm not asking for more.
You won't be there next year.
I will not be there next year.
So you'll have that whole institutional knowledge that will be gone. Because you'll be running the clerk's office.
I will be in the building, but I will not be in the treasurer's office.
What do we want to do? Do we want to talk about it later, or do we want to just?
Well, I think we got a lot of things to talk about later, whenever we get, when we get to the end, we look at these figures, are they gonna happen, and we make them happen, or whatever.
We can come back on this.
Well, we've got the numbers and the mechanics.
We've got it.
I mean, we've had a discussion, if there's some hesitation, then let's sleep on it and come back to it.
Yeah.
You know, but, you know, nothing's final today, but
Right.
if there needs to be a little more massaging of the subject, then let's just pass on it for now, and then we'll get back to it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thanks.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
As earlier, I don't know where to start, because what I originally had submitted has since changed with the salary increase. Earlier, you had added to the general fund list $28,000 for 2023 budget. The overall increase is only $79.95. 26 to be exact, I'll pass that around, for the position, bringing it up to that $19.50 an hour. I will not need any money out of the county general fund. I have 26,000 in one fund and 20-some thousand in another, and not using or still contributing to the treasurer's side, so I should be able to maintain that $8,000 increase because the other position was already in his totals for the 2023. We're just adding that $8,000 increase.
All right, so when it's all the current configuration with this morning's vote, then Sheila, there's yourself, of course. And then you will now have 5, or not 5, you'll have 4 positions. But one of them will be the higher amount because that was selected for that particular position. And that was $19.50 per hour. Do the math.
And while he's doing that, also, I was given extra money, or the auditor's position was given extra money years ago because the secretary to the council and the commissioners. I am willing to take that back down to what everybody else is making. I know I'm busy, I know I have staff, and again, right now, being short-handed or not
I
having that
appreciate your
fit
generosity,
position.
but here's the thing.
Yeah.
We just proved that wrong earlier today because we took somebody that was taking on an extra job and she got rewarded financially for it. So
I think we need to be consistent. All right, so if we're gonna figure up the math here on,
And Tom, when you're figuring, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I had an email sent to me that wanted to know, are we gonna be able to use this ARPA money for pay increases?
no, it's one-time money.
Yeah. You're giving.
So we're not able to use the ARPA money.
It can be used for.
It can help
I
cash
think that,
balances,
yeah,
which
it can
is
help cash
good.
balances, which in turn will help us. So kind of in a roundabout way.
Come through the back door.
Yeah, and that's already the plan, so.
Okay, so if they're thinking, if there's people thinking that this ARPA money's there, that we can appropriate wages out of, that's not true.
No, we can't appropriate, yeah, we can't just give it out in wages.
And that was the question.
All right, so let's do the easy one first. Sheila was at $40,054.
Yep.
Okay, now, on the staff, let's talk about funding sources for a moment. How's that gonna go through that again one more time?
You already had these 4 positions in this fund,
Yeah, general fund.
right.
Okay.
So the additional pay increase of the $8,000 will come out of either 1150 or 1131 fund. It will be at no cost to the county general.
So we need to figure out, okay, so the grand total, and I'll walk you through this. The grand total for that position is $35,881.20, okay? And then you said the increase is what's gonna be funded. Okay, so the difference from the current year is $6,894.16. Now that includes a little bit of longevity, but let's not squabble over $100 here. So the $68,94.16 is 19.2% of the total. So we're gonna take that out of which fund?
2856 is in your sales disclosure, 26,182 is in.
Let's use the 1150 fund, the auditor's endorsement fund. That one is replenishing back.
Okay.
That would help carry it. That still leaves the sales disclosure fund, that has a good cash balance to try to utilize towards something else if we need to also.
Alrighty. And then I did have a note already for your department. One of them, Lynette's position had been split. And is that going to continue that way or
I put it
no?
all back in these totals.
So it's
That
gonna
was
be
the
just general
endorsement.
fund, keep it simple, one
Yes.
position, okay, got it. Alright, so now let's do the math. So we're gonna do 80.8% of Sherry's, and I'm using that generically since that's what the position we're talking about, plus 100% of the other three. Does that sound right? I have 131,911. All right, and then FICA is gonna be 13,155. And then perf is gonna be 19,260. And there'll be no part-time or anything like that, so, okay. I got 0 for that, yeah. And so then the auditor, the 1150, I do have a budget for that. Do you have a sheet for that? There you go, so there, in that one, to finish out that position.
Oh, what are you showing in the auditors before we jump that screen?
On the auditor total,
Yeah.
Yeah, at 4,500 for Maximus
okay,
contract.
so Maximus, let's look at that. Mm-hmm. That was in the commissioner's budget. And it was, they had their own line item.
Maximus?
31.
500?
Contract services.
31.5 is the line item?
Yes.
Yes.
4,500 for that. Okay. Good catch there. Alright, so I've got 237,470. They match. There were some other increases or, adjustments here and there. They didn't look too significant.
And the endorsement fees,
237, what?
237,470. And was everything else okay in there? And then auditor endorsement fee, 1150, this is where the other amount, the balance is, and that's for regular wages is gonna be 6,890.
We had 6894. 16.
Well, I did a
Is it okay?
percentage, yeah, let's run with what we've got. And then we've got FICA at 527. And then perf is 772. And I have 8289.
Yes.
are we locking the room up if we leave our stuff here?
Okay, so we can just leave everything here? Okay. Okay, so are we ready to recess?
Well, before we have a revenue, can I ask one question? The extra money that it costs in the clerk's office, we took that out of $125,000, did we not?
Say that again.
The extra money that's going to cost in the recorder's office or staff, we took that out of $125,000.
Yes. Yeah, we shared it on the top.
Then if we're going to add part-time, when they had already allowed us to take it because that was an agreement, then do we take that off that too? We could work that down so there's no raises or anything.
Yeah.
I know, and you know, I think they're all, we're gonna have to go through each department and refine it before.
My advice is we just needed a guideline number. We needed to start somewhere, and we figured if the majority of the council wanted to take recorder out and part of the auditor or whatever, then we came up with a number. And that's about 68,000, which is where we're at, and that's the numbers we're using to plug in here. Let's not regardless of what happens with the treasurer, I don't think that really changes the thing, in my opinion.
Well,
As far as removing the number.
well, I understand that, but there was an agreement, and
Yeah, and it didn't include anything other than subtracting out recorder and the auditor.
I agree with you.
You know, so.
Cause I think some people did request based on, guidance, so.
And remember, the auditor wound up not being needed anyway, so you have more to work with, even with the treasurer, so.
it worked hard, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Motion to.
Alright.
I make a motion, we reset. Probably should before everyone leaves.
Somebody second.
That made it legal.
Somebody second.
Yes, I
You don't need a second.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.